7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. Welcome to the Healthcare Evolution. 7 o'clock hour, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Doug, look who's back. Back again. Martin's back. Tell a friend.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Martin.
Doug, great to see you.
Well, I think you're the lead today that you're
I'm
back.
the lead?
The lifetime roofing lead?
Yes.
Martin is the lifetime roofing lead. That just shows you're a rights holder because you don't want to talk about these Cardinals.
Well, he's been gone on vacation, and now he's back. I think
Will you tell us where you went, or do you want to just say you went to Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons?
We were in, I think Robin Leach called it the Caribbean in the Midwest, Bull Shoals Lake, which is down below Table Rock. So Carson, the 15-year-old, is into fishing.
Oh, yeah.
And
that had to be a delight then.
He got to do some trout fishing on the White River, Doug. You ever been down to the White River?
No.
It is beautiful, actually.
It's the STL Today comments section's favorite river.
Is that right?
Look it up.
Steered clear of that Black River is what you're telling me? I
No,
went right to the
no.
White. That's what Tim is saying. I went right to the White River.
Yep.
It's amazing. That is serious Cardinal country down there. We walked into this trout lodge in the middle of nowhere. Giant picture painting of Whitey Herzog on the wall.
Is that right?
And next to that, he's a really, I guess, renowned fishing guy down there. Don Craner, he's got his own lodge, and then next to that picture of Molina, Pujols, and Wainwright, he said he used to take Stan Musial fishing, and he said, I come up for several series a year, stay at the West, and I said, it's still amazing how many people from the region will come up and spend 4 or 5 days in a row just going to Cardinal games. But it was great. Did a little boating, jet skiing with the kids, and it's amazing because Missouri's not a huge state, but you don't realize how much of this state you've never seen. Doug, you ever been to Licking, Missouri?
Yeah, Licking.
It felt like a TMA inbox. It was the town is called Licking. I said, did we run out of names? Do we really want to call it Licking, Missouri? Any good places to eat in Licking? There's Houston, Missouri. We drove through Houston, Missouri. Saw the countryside, Doug.
Yeah, I had a fraternity brother from Houston, Missouri.
Sigma Nu, Snake.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's Texas County.
Tastes like tongue.
Yeah,
That would make sense.
But, my wife's the outdoors person. My son is, I think, getting that from her, the fishing. She's like, what do you really want to do? And I said, does the Airbnb have an ice machine? Okay, we're good.
That's
I've
all
kind
you
of
need.
taken on the Rich Gould tailgate mentality. You guys just head in without me.
Did you catch any fish?
Oh, the two of them went out with the guide, and they caught like 40 trout.
40?
Just like nonstop. Had a great experience.
And so then you kept them, or you just released them, or
just
you
released
eat them?
them. Just released them. Just for fun, Doug.
All right.
Just for a little... But great. On the water, it's really a beautiful lake, and there's nobody there.
And then I'll videotape me boning the fish.
How about that? So that's going to be on the videotape.
Should have brought eggs, just to help. A helping hand.
Advisor.
God, so what did I miss? If you had to recap, Tim, I wasn't gone long, but while I was gone, the Cardinals became terrible, and now we're getting an NBA team. Is that what happened essentially over the last week?
That sums it up pretty concisely, yeah.
It's half of it anyway.
Oh.
The Cardinals did fall apart.
Okay.
You getting an NBA team? I don't know.
Okay.
We had Mayor Kara Spencer in on Monday, and I asked her about that, and she says she's keeping her ear to the ground on it. And Papers is monitoring it closely because he would be the play-by-play man.
Yep.
I like that.
Him and Larry Hughes, Martin. Fire up,
Really?
CB,
You guys
fire
really,
up.
You really workshop
it's a
this
good
quite
booth.
bit. I like that.
That's a nice
It's a
booth.
great
Who's the
booth.
sideline reporter? Ella Reese.
Ella Reese would be great. Can't get Ella
It's required
Reese.
now that it has to be female, so let's see.
Can we get Iggy down there complaining about things?
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Oh, wouldn't that be just hysterical?
How about Iggy's halftime show? Like Iggy does the halftime report.
Like Red Panda? He does some cycling?
Well, I don't know if it would be for more the fans, but for the broadcast. It would
Okay.
It'd be Iggy on like a little.
He's like the Pat Paris.
yeah, like on a little mezzanine.
Our little mezzanine.
Yeah, like on a little mezzanine heater.
Well, he used to do a lot of straight to the web interviews.
Yeah.
Maybe he should be straight to the Jumbotron instead of the actual broadcast. Just
Yeah,
in-house.
That could be good.
In-house entertainment.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I'll work on a sideline
Has
reporter.
Hughes signed off on this?
I
Does he
haven't
know he's
reached
been-
out.
he
Haven't
doesn't-
reached out
He
yet.
doesn't know that he's
He
committed to
kind
this.
of needs the money, though, right?
Right.
been
And the
looking for-
exposure.
Yeah. No, exposure. Exposure's invaluable. Let's see. I don't know what this means, but Martin, you made reference to an ice maker. Hashtag blessed. If you don't have 2 under-counter ice makers plus 1 in each freezer, you are 100% not in Cottleville. Doug, do you follow that from the Veiled Prophet who hosts a ball every year?
You're not in Cottleville. If If you do or if you don't have those.
There were so many negatives. I'm trying to track them down. If you don't have 2 under-counter ice makers plus 1 in each freezer, you are 100% not in Cottleville. So there are 2 knots, so they cancel each other out, right?
Right. So that means they have a lot of those in Cottleville.
I guess so.
Condo paid for, no car payment.
Well done, Papers.
Well,
The lead? The lead is 37 days until Mizzou football and 52 days until the Blues' first preseason game versus Dallas. That's from the Lone Ranger's sidekick, who doesn't want us to talk about Martin's return or the St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
nothing's ever been that funny. I don't know that anything has ever been that funny.
Was that from a media? Was that from a media?
Your favorite podcast? No height. New Heights.
Oh, the Kelsey brothers.
The Kelsey
Oh,
brothers.
that's
podcast.
right. Every time I hear it, I go, where's that from again?
Yeah,
That is your podcast, Martin.
They do enjoy a good chuckle and a lot of F words.
That was more than a chuckle.
I have to say, every time you go through a small town in Missouri, though, I hear Mike Shannon's voice. I do. I just hear, how's everybody licking Missouri? Like, you can just, every sign that would go by, I would just hear Mike's voice. And they probably were tuning in at some point.
Oh, sure. The Cardinals are their team down there.
I was a little concerned that drop was from media days, like a coach made a fun. Maybe Drink had another Kansas joke, and the boys are ready to...
You can talk it over in that Form Energy YouTube chat where friends have already gathered. We're just shy of 7,100 subscribers. Doug gets more. What are you in silver now?
Silver chunks, just chunks of silver.
Mighty, your
parts.
agent did a wonderful job negotiating your deal. Every 100 subscribers.
I got what I want.
YouTube.com/TMASTL or open up the YouTube app, type TMASTL, subscribe, and all of a sudden Doug will be presented with silver chunks. So that'll be fun on the program in the Stiefel studios. Then you can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines. I think Chairman Steve was on hold for a while, and I forgot about it. So I'd love to hear from him because he is counseling people, especially professional athletes, through how to establish dominance in their relationships. Sasha's in Des Moines, so it'd be fun to hear how that's going. 314-974-0101. And, of course, the text inbox. Jackson's only a few shows away from updating text inbox names next Monday, 314-399-9646. And you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, which comes your way on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. The skipper, Tony Russa, will join us coming up at 8:30 on the appliance discounters, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's coming your way at 8:30. So, Doug, the Polos Plus dossier has been set. Martin Kilcoyne is back, and the Cardinals are falling below 500. Oh, my. Our blue chip stock and friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, had his first blow-up start of the season, and the Cardinals have fallen below 500. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I guess McGreevy's probably the worst start of his career. Saw that he had never gone less than 4 innings.
Hold him accountable.
So, I guess everyone's due one of these every now and then. He's been a model of consistency so far, but last night he didn't have it, neither did anybody else. But you know what? They're just 2.5 out of the wild card.
All
and quite
right.
frankly, Daddy Likey. Still right there. And they look good. They look like a playoff team right now.
Nice.
So let's not lose hope.
Maybe in this town soft. Also, they're 2.5 games out of last place.
Well, yeah, but
That's kind of where you want to be, where you got a wide delta.
you want to be like a snake in the grass. So when August and September rolls around, you just jump up and bite. And then they never see it coming.
Nice.
I think that's all part of the plan.
Well,
That's
McGreevy's
fall apart in July.
ERA after that fall apart. Well, that's been the model. His ERA after that Arizona start, first time out since the All-Star break, was at 2.92, and you're starting to think, man, what a year this guy's assembling. Now, after 2 starts, mostly last night's damage, 3.57.
Yeah.
That took a turn.
The Cubs had 17 hits in the game. Whoever the Cardinals put out there got hit.
I can't stand this team.
Well-
they got no balls.
Well, I don't know about
okay?
that.
I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
I don't know if you can tell if they got balls or not just because they lose a game.
So 3-9, Doug, since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Are the boys tired? They need a break?
No. They better not be tired. As a professional athlete, you better not be out of gas.
I didn't say they
midway
were. I
through
was
the
just
season.
asking.
No, I don't think they're tired. I just think that I just think they're a little thin in talent.
That's about as direct as it can be. Yeah, that's where it is. Mike McGreevy spoke after the game, and he was talking about the Cardinals falling below 500 and giving some perspective. Here it is.
I think in times like these, you have to remember like what this year was supposed to look like, but there were expectations on us. I think we've exceeded those expectations like tremendously, but we have to make sure we take a step back, play the way we were playing early on. It's like, hey, like just play free. There's no need to go like white knuckle up there, for an at bat, or I got to make this perfect pitch and that'll get me out of it. It's all part of the process. It's part of the game. We have X amount of games left, and I want every one of us, especially me after today, to take as much as we can from these next games and take it into next year.
Dougie's giving perspective on where the expectations were at the start of the season and where the team is now, and talking about perhaps feeling tightness, feeling pressure, whether it be up at the plate, white knuckling at bats, or feeling like I could throw the perfect pitch. That game turned in one at bat. Do you remember in 2013, the most famous at bat of the campaign, and including the postseason, which of course is a direct tell that it's in the postseason?
Probably the home run the Giants hitter hit to end the series. Was that 2013?
No, it wasn't.
14. You're thinking of Ishikawa?
That was when Michael Wacha hadn't
2013?
pitched for a month and then came in.
Yeah.
2013, they won the NLCS against Kershaw and the Dodgers.
Matt Carpenter, Kershaw.
Out there. Was it game 2?
Game 6. And Kershaw's out there trying to get that thing to a game 7, and Matt Carpenter has, I don't know, something like 11, 12, 13 pitches in the at-bat, and then ends the at-bat with a double and essentially ends the series after that at-bat. Last night, McGreevy, it was kind of, as he said at the outset, he strikes out PCA. And in Derek Gould's article this morning, really good article, we'll get into some of the stuff in there regarding trades, he felt like he had his stuff. He says the stuff was sharp after the first at-bat against PCA. I'm like, ooh, this is going to be a really good game. But then it got away from him, and he says the game kind of kicks you in the ass. The turning point was Ian Happ. He was up there with 2 outs and 2 on in the first inning, and he wound up seeing 11 pitches from McGreevy. Pulled one to right, but it hooked foul. Then the 11th pitch of the at-bat was a liner to right field that glanced off Jordan Walker's glove, and that was the 2-out, 2 RBI double, and McGreevy called it a gut punch because not only did they get the 2-out double, but he and the Cubs dugout got to see all of his pitches early on, and that then set the stage for problems in the second inning, and he didn't last. So from that standpoint, that is how something for a guy who usually is right around those 6 innings and usually right around those 3 earned runs, had a blow-up start last night. And then he talked about that last night following the game.
All right, hit the lever, please, Piddle.
So I was talking to D-May there in the 8th or 9th inning, I think, and I was joking with him, like, obviously I didn't want it to happen, but if you were to tell me, like, hey, like, your first blow-up game is going to happen, like, late July, it's like, well, if I have to have it, I guess I'll take it. But, it's a great learning lesson. It's part of the whole year is just, having these, like, growing pains. And, it's sure painful today. But, it won't be tomorrow because, it's right back to work.
So McGreevy said he was sitting there with Dustin May and coming to terms with it because, that first blow-up start takes place on July 28th. They inevitably happen. Hell, Dustin May's first blow-up start was his first Cardinal start. Tonight might be his last Cardinal start. Derek Gould reporting in the Post-Dispatch this morning. The Cardinals are actively exploring what they can get in return for Dustin May. His final start for the Cardinals could be tonight. And they're entertaining overtures for JoJo Romero, Ryan Stanek, and Pedro Pages. There are other players under control for at least another year, such as outfielder Lars Nootbaar and Riley O'Brien, who they will also weigh interest in. The front office intends to remain true to its advertised approach, quote, long-term ambition over short-term sugar rushes. Doug, short-term sugar
rushes. Okay. I mean, that's all great, assuming you get some useful players coming this way.
What do you think you're getting for Pages, Doug? What are you getting for Stanek?
Not much.
You got to be pretty. savvy if you're going to get anything of note there.
Yeah.
Give me a double-A guy that maybe will pay off in a couple of years, just kind of a sneaky good player. There's probably not a lot being thrown at you.
No, I could see how there's a team in contention that might think they could get some good outings out of Stanek. I could see some team with a thin bullpen saying, yeah, we'll take a shot on him. I don't know how Pajes would be the backup for most teams. I don't know how much value he's going to have on the trade market.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He might have more value just being where he is as a guy everybody seems to love as kind of a mentor for the younger catchers.
I love you.
Be nice if Dustin May would shove tonight, and then they can sell high.
Absolutely. Approved on that.
And do you think everybody in town now is at the point where, all right, it was kind of a fun idea that maybe they would just hang around?
2.5 out of
I
wild
know,
card,
dog,
and
I
frankly,
know.
Daddy likey.
Okay.
Does Daddy like 2.5 out of last place?
I don't mind it.
The parallels to last season are,
Stark?
yeah, I mean, they fell below 500 on Friday, August 1st of last season.
Now we beat him to the punch.
But the crumbling really started,
Crumbling.
if you want to call it that, Thursday, July 10th. So maybe the descent started a little quicker. This has been a little bit more of an egregious drop.
I'd say the crumbling started when they blew that 7-0 lead.
Yep, I agree with you on
That would have been like
I also think the Brewers series and whatever went on with the pitching, I do think, I mean, not that this team, unless we see a 2011-like run, I'm not quite sure the tools are there for that, goes on some kind of tear, that was a moment, and in particular, whatever went on with the handling of the rotation in that moment, which, Martin, you certainly focused on.
The Feddies of the world.
Well, when they didn't start McGreevy and mixed and matched with odd rotation decisions.
They seem to be willing. They said they were contending or trying, but they kind of gave you a message they were not.
Yeah.
So last year was 8-16 in the month of July. Doug, right now we are at 53, 54. Are we at 9-16?
Here we go.
Some quick
Here we
math
go.
here.
Look at
so
this.
you're saying we're ahead of last year?
Yeah, by half game. Therefore,
Unbelievable.
Daddy likey.
It is amazing that everything, like you come back home after that rough trip and all this, and you got McGreevy in that makeup game on Thursday, and he's not great. You're kind of counting on him at this point to be a stopper, which is unfair. And then last night, things are just going so bad. Well, at least we got McGreevy. And you haven't been able to count on anybody.
And
stop it.
even if he had pitched well, they still only scored 2 runs again.
And that to me is, and I understand, listen, we're doing a program literally the morning after, a terrible start, and McGreevy himself called it a flat-out blow-up start. However, if you want to look at why this has trended the way it has, it's more about the offense than anything else. Now, don't get me wrong, you also have seen the bullpen doing what, for the most part, the bullpen has done, but Romero has been on the IL. Taking a look at some post-All-Star break numbers, Doug, only one member of the Cardinals, if you're taking Brian Torres and not counting him and his 11 at-bats, since the All-Star break, has an OPS above 650. Weatherholt's at 642. Jimmy Crooks, who only has 20 at-bats, is at 638. Mason Wynn, 629. Jose Fermin, 600. Blaze Jordan, 560. Jordan Walker, circle that one, is at 557. Lars Nootbaar, 548. Herrera, also one that you might keep an eye on as a potential trade chip. Well, he's not doing much, 481. Nathan Church, 310. Nelson Velasquez, the darling of spring training, 220. So that gives you an idea of what the issue really has been in the month of July, and in particular, since the collapse after the All-Star break, the offense. That's where the number one problem has been.
Yeah, I think you have to be satisfied, happy with the offense you're getting at first base, second base, right field. And beyond that, not much.
They started 40-31 and gone 13-23 since.
Well, don't yell at us about it.
It's in the 314.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 618.
All right. It was a nice little stat to throw out.
See, I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Oh,
Well, that'll happen about 8:30.
8:30 is when he's going to get a chance to do that, when the skipper joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can join us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314 974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Open up your YouTube app. Enjoy a cup of coffee and TMA and talk it over with your friends in the Form Energy YouTube chat, like Jeremy Hodge, who's talking to Doug's Closet Hanger, who's talking to Scorsy, STL Chris, and Brad and Weldon Spring, and the Overbearing Sports Dad. They're all in there, and they're welcoming you to join in the conversation and subscribe. And if you can't subscribe, Doug will be presented with silver chunks.
Just
Contractually.
chunks, random chunks.
That is how you can enjoy the festivities here on TMA, by getting involved or by watching the program and talking it over with other listeners live or texting it. It's the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Look at Jackson Burkett's hair. Jackson, do you think you have that head of hair if you don't go to Healthcare Evolution in the month of January?
I do not.
Wow.
I do not.
You're trending towards Cousin It. You ever see him on the Addams Family?
Yeah, he had the hair all the way down to the floor.
Yeah,
Trot,
big, thick
trot.
hair.
Kind of
God, I
like Crystal
like that.
Gale. Is that Crystal Gale?
Similar, yeah.
Yeah.
You're going toward Crystal Gale.
When I went to Healthcare Evolution, I said, "Give me the Gale," and
Give me the Gale. I wonder if they'll adopt that slogan.
they knew what I was talking about. If you want to get the Gale, you go to Healthcare
the
Evolution.
Gale.
Get the Gale, get the Gale, get the Gale. Was that what the mom at LSU was doing in the White House? Was that 2020?
I don't know the years.
If she was struggling with hair loss issues, that's what she'd be singing. And she'd be singing that tune all the way to Healthcare Evolution right here in St. Louis, Missouri.
Don't it make my brown eyes blue? Was
Put that off.
Was that her biggest?
What about your brown eye?
No.
Oh, gosh.
I'll
Crystal,
sit down with my kids tonight.
Crystal Gale, I believe
over the
one of
casserole. Over the casserole. I'll explain it to
her
them.
biggest hits
Casserole.
was "Don't It Make My Brown Eyes," plural,
Yeah.
blue.
Right. That's a whole nother story.
Right.
Well, her real name was Brenda Gale Webb.
Is that right? Well done by
19
the marketing department on the Crystal Gale.
1977 hit "Don't It Make My Brown Eyes Blue" became her
That's return music.
Yeah.
her
Well,
signature song.
second hour.
So
what do
yes.
you got a treat set up for the 7 o'clock hour?
Well, times are tough.
Times are
What does that
tough.
mean?
Martin?
Times are tough. Meaning you can't play a song?
No, I will.
Things are that tough?
No, I will.
Are you in trouble?
But you already
with-
have something scheduled for 7.
Right. And once I
Interesting.
lock that in,
Wow, color me intrigued.
And times are tough.
well, it's not that interesting. Now it's going
All
to be
right, now it's
disappointing.
oversold.
Yeah.
Did you get a haircut
Got
since your
fade.
last?
Yeah, since
Because
you
you're
last saw me.
unhappy with the previous haircut.
No, then if you were here when I said that, it's just developed more.
Okay, because you said it needed to settle in.
Yeah,
You know,
needed to
it's fine.
marinate. Yeah, thank you. But Healthcare Evolution, that's who hooked it up. And I can hook you up too.
She's Loretta Lynn's sister. It's from the 618.
Okay, again, I feel like we're being scolded.
Is that right?
I think the skipper's friends with Crystal Gale. I cannot rule it out. Terrific lady. She's only 75. How about that?
Could be a wonderful surprise, guys.
I put her in the hopper.
Healthcare Evolution's online at healthcare-evolution.com. Whether you want to experience Crystal Gale-like hair growth, or you are dealing with an injury and you can't get in to see your doctor for weeks and you are in pain, check out healthcare-evolution.com. Free phone consultations, or 70% off in-person consultations with Healthcare Evolution. And my guy, Logan Taylor, shoulders, knees, back. If you have pain that won't go away anywhere in your body, Healthcare Evolution most likely can provide you with some real answers. Free consultation over the phone, or 70% off your in-person consultation. It's Healthcare Evolution. Real answers with same-day pain relief online at healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's great perspective.
It's a
Cardinals
tribute to
fall.
Paper's hair.
Kind of helps.
Below 500. They are not happy, unfortunately, in this Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646, and they're not happy with us. Have you guys already addressed Burley, seemingly the magic of journalism in the 21st century? That is the, I think, official word of journalism. Seemingly mouthing, F this place, last night on the broadcast. Is there a journalist in this town with some balls that will ask for some clarification on those remarks? If he meant it, get your ass out of town, pal! That's from the 312.
Which is a Chicago area code.
No, Chi-Town stand up.
So are they just trying to troll here a little bit with that 312?
Well, Martin, that's where your text audit can help you out. And he sent on July 17th that Tim's soft voice pisses me off.
And he's still being forced to listen days later.
That's correct.
Well, I have a carport.
Likely. But, Doug, why don't you have balls?
Well, because I got neutered.
Well, and Doug, you did. On July 15th, this same feller said, I'm driving to Chicago now. Doug should be in my passenger seat since he's such a Chi-Town homer.
Whoa!
Pathetic. Go back on vacation, Doug.
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
Chicago's my town, see?
Edward G. Robinson, he played a pharaoh.
And I don't even know what this one is about. It just says, get this idiot off the air. That's all it says.
That's probably directed at me.
Could have been anybody. But was it when Burleson hit the deep fly that didn't, like he was mad at the stadium? I don't know what the reference is to.
Well, Derek Gould does talk about that, not necessarily F this place, but the opening of his piece this morning in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, which you can read online at stltoday.com. There was a moment between the Cubs' early lead and their insurmountable increase of that lead that Alec Burleson let some frustration rip. The Cardinal first baseman had drilled an 0-2 pitch to deep center field, and the ball traveled an estimated distance of 401 feet, where it found a glove waiting to catch it for the final out in the first inning. The range of the outfielder, as much as the challenging dimensions of Busch Stadium, had robbed Burleson of an extra base hit. It robbed the Cardinals of a base runner they've been craving for weeks, and would be part of a loss that robbed the Cardinals of what's been a hallmark point of pride for this season, their surprise record. An inning later, the Cubs led 7-0. So perhaps that's what Derek Gould's referencing, but he doesn't. He has quotes from Alec Burleson. Baseball is happening to us, and it can be frustrating, but I think we've got the right group in here to get past that.
They cut to him, and he looked, if it's the same, if that's what this texture's talking about, I didn't pick up on that, but he almost was laughing, like smiling. Can you believe that? Kind of like in the spot they're in, that nothing's going their way.
The Nolan Arenado drive to left center against the Phillies in Game 1 of the 2022 Wild Card Series.
Well, he wouldn't be the first player to ever be frustrated because something didn't go right and mouth an expletive.
Well, you want him out?
No.
You want him out?
I mean, if you ever sat right next to first base, you'll hear a lot of cursing as players hit the bag and they're out. Happens frequently. They pop up, whatever. A lot of cursing going on down there. Somehow we get through it.
But you don't let your kids sit next to first base?
No, absolutely not. We're way up in the 300 level for that very reason.
Have our media start a trend overanalyzing lip reading on a nightly basis. That'll certainly make players want to come here. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
See, even in roller derby it happened.
And the darn right I was sounds like a 12-year-old boy. It just sounds like a little, and I know it's a female.
Sounds like Peppermint Patty.
Yeah, good call.
Edward G. Robinson was not a pharaoh. That was Yul Brynner. Come on, Tim.
Right.
That's from the 636. He was a government official in Egypt.
I think he was like the governor or something. But whatever, no matter what was happening up and down the Nile, he'd say, Chicago's my town, Gene.
Correct.
And they were confused because Chicago didn't exist.
To their knowledge.
Yeah.
He just couldn't get away from it.
He played Dathon.
Doug, do you pronounce it Dathon? Governor Dathon.
I don't know.
Dathon, an overseer in ancient Egypt in Cecil B. DeMille's 1956 biblical epic, The Ten Commandments.
Good or bad?
Overseer.
I've never seen it.
Nice show prep.
I need to see more of Cecil B. DeMille's filmography.
Gareth back this week?
Don't say filmography.
Probably nothing this week.
Uh-oh. What's that about?
It's just been, nothing's coming out as of right now.
But this will be an opportunity to review the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, let's flash back to 1956.
I wanted to go see Young Washington yesterday, and it was like sold out all over town. I think Tuesday is a cheap
Half
ticket
price.
night. Yeah. Have you seen that? Is that any good?
I have not seen it.
Why not?
I just haven't seen it.
But I mean, earlier you just said nothing's coming out, but that came out, and then you haven't seen it, and you do this movie podcast, and Doug's getting irritated.
It's fine. I
Papers
honestly
about you.
don't have much on it, nor am I really. Like, I don't really want to say. I don't know what you want me to say.
When I checked the seating
What if there was
available on
like
the
young,
movie,
young Marx or young Lenin? Would you?
No, I wouldn't want to go see that either.
Young
Young
Lennon.
Marks?
Oh, here
Young
it goes.
Mandami.
Yeah, Jackson hates America. He doesn't want to go see this. What looks like no good.
Oh
Just from
Father of our
looks.
country.
Just from looks. Doesn't-
Why does it look no good, boy?
I don't love the cast.
Well, who's in the cast? I don't even know.
You got Andy Serkis, who I do
Andy
like.
Serkis,
I do like it. Kelsey Grammer,
Kelsey Grammer, Doug Frazier.
Sir Ben Kingsley as Robert Dinwiddle. Hell that. And then George Washington played by William Franklin Miller. I've never heard of this gentleman.
no. Well, that's better. Some historical figure like that.
I do agree.
You don't want a well-known actor.
I do
'cause
agree.
Then all you see is the actor.
You got some baggage with them.
Yeah.
That's a good take, Doug.
But if I, you know how you got to pick your seat before you go?
Yes, sir.
If all that's left is the front row, I'm not going.
Because you have to have the neck of an owl?
That
Oh,
sucks.
yeah.
It's a bad experience.
Yeah.
And you're going
agree
to pay
with
for that? No, get out of here. Unless it's something like you desperately want to see and you don't have to, like, only in the worst situations, and even then. But now with the recliner seats, it is a little better.
Yeah, it helps a little.
But it still sucks.
Yeah.
When young Woodrow Wilson comes out next year, papers will be first in line. That's from Jobu's Rum. They're going to do a
Probably
young
not.
Woodrow Wilson?
Probably not. The world's biggest Woodrow guy.
Clip that off.
His wife apparently was the actual president the last couple of years after he had his stroke. And yeah. They pretended that he was fine, but she was actually the one calling the shots.
But they posted pictures of him on Instagram, and he looked fine.
Yeah, on Insta he did good. Yeah.
Still can't believe how rude Sir Ben Kingsley was to Christopher. That's from Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building in Tampa with Keisha Gray. Doug, Sir Ben Kingsley in The Sopranos, and this is Christopher Moltisanti.
Yeah, that's a really funny episode. When he goes out to L.A. to try to get him onto that terrible sounding mob horror movie.
Cleaver?
Yeah,
I
Cleaver.
forget what happened in that.
He just keeps badgering Ben Kingsley. And then who's he steal? Did he steal a gift bag from Lauren Bacall?
Did Christopher steal a gift bag from Lauren Bacall?
I don't know. She was married to Bogey.
Bogey and Bacall. Mm-hmm. We had it all, just like Bogey and Bacall.
That's
Might be
right.
great return music, Jackson.
Okay.
What's the name of it?
Just
Key
like
Largo, right? Bertie
I
Higgins.
think so, yeah.
And if you're friends with
So,
Lauren
to me,
Bacall,
what's
you
the
would,
damn
you
name
would
of
say
the
Betty. They all called her Betty.
Bertie Higgins sang it, and I believe it's Sail Away to Key Largo. Am I right on that?
Okay, thank you. Sail away to Key Largo.
You've probably heard that. Maybe
You'll
not.
love it.
Okay.
They play it all the time down at Tam Ave.
I'm sure.
But times are tough, so you may not be able to play it on the return. I noticed you did play Crystal Gale, even though you told us times were tough.
Yeah, but I was overselling what I was going to play, and it would have fell flat, so I just avoided it.
It felt kind of like the Great Depression where we're too poor even to play music.
Guys, I'm wife and child free tomorrow night. Pale. Should I go see the Odyssey in 70 millimeter comfortably or front row in IMAX? Thanks. That's from Carlos Spicy Winner.
It's actually a good question. I would rather see it comfortably. I think people are overblowing the format in which you need to see the film.
Okay. Shocker. Papers refuses to see movies about our country. First The Patriot, and now this. That's from the Caddyshack hack.
I've seen a lot of movies about our country.
You guys are totally ruining it for the chairman who just started watching The Sopranos. Hello, spoiler alert. That's Sharon Clayton. Doug, Chairman Kurt just started watching The Sopranos.
Okay.
I'm currently in a rewatch Just last night's episode, a significant scene on a boat. That's all I'm going to say. A significant scene on a boat. That's all I'm going to say.
Sure. I know what
Are
you're
you going
talking
in
about.
chronological order?
Oh, yeah, from the beginning.
Very beginning.
And my wife gets in the bed last night and says, "Can we watch something?" I go, this is what I would prefer to watch. We can start on something new. Started at 4 Seasons. You boys watch that 4 Seasons?
No.
Tina Fey. We watched the first season. Steve Carell. So, but I'm kind of, once I get into The Sopranos, I'm into The Sopranos. I think it's the second time I've rewatched.
So you tell her to grab her own iPad. Watch your own thing.
Yeah.
Watch whatever you
I'm a
want.
little busy
Free
over
country.
here.
But to rewatch it, boy, that's another commitment of a couple months. Isn't
God,
it?
I love it, though.
Yeah,
I've
I do,
rewatched
too.
the Larry Sanders Show probably 3 or 4 times. Might go with Breaking Bad next. Papers, you tell me what to do. You're a movie boy.
So much great television on.
Amen.
I wouldn't mind rewatching The Wire.
We just did that. We watched
great-
it for the first time, actually.
It's a great watch, as always. I really think you'd like House of the Dragon. I really do.
Really?
Yeah, I
God,
really
I'm so
do.
turned off by Game of Thrones.
I know, but the last 2 seasons, that's what threw you off, certainly the last season. But they didn't have any source material. All of House of the Dragon
It's Sappho's?
has source material.
Any Sappho's?
Some light sprinklings.
Oh,
What?
You know,
I don't even know what that means.
like paprika on a deviled egg.
like when the movie starts, it'll say sex, violence, and you're saying it'll also say light sprinklings.
Of Sappho's?
Yeah, it says that.
I like when the warning comes up and it says smoking. Like, as if like, kids turn away. Kids turn away. They're smoking a cigarette.
Right. And
Is
likely
that
like,
Uncle Higgs? Did you turn away?
like a clove cigarette, too, like a fake cigarette.
That's a warning.
I know.
Get this communist off the show! It's from the 618.
Okay. Well, McCarthyism never hurt anybody.
Does ATMA ever have a warning that says there might be smoking?
Yeah.
There might be a hint of nicotine.
Yeah.
If you listen close.
The secondhand smoke.
You're welcome to text in as well at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in. Looks like Chairman Kurt is engulfed, Doug, in a conversation where he is not talking, but he's doing a lot of listening. Somebody might not be happy on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Could be a take, Smith.
At 314-974-0101. I'm going to grab my phone because if I don't have my phone...
Nothing doing.
A pitch out, nobody going? What was
just
going on over there?
Steven Time called and just wanted to talk to me.
Oh, Steven Time.
Yeah.
What's Steven Time got going? It's the brother's time.
What'd you say, Doug?
We're taking personal calls now.
I am.
If you'd like to call Kurt, call this number. If you
314-974-0101.
call
I
the
don't-
different.
I don't want to do any spoilers in case it's good, but he said he emailed you something.
I got it.
I didn't listen to it. I forwarded it to Jackson. I let Jackson be the judge and the jury.
And I'll let the audience be the judge and the jury.
Okay. Do you want to play it?
It's probably better as return music.
Doug, there you go.
What's it about?
Well, it's I don't know what to tell.
What?
I don't want to like spoil it. Like it's
What's
It's
going
a
on
baseball
here?
song. It's a football song.
it's a TMA based.
Why don't you just be patient and wait, Martin?
Jesus. It's time to leave again.
Back down to Bull Shoals.
I don't
Coach
know.
Cornfeld was texting in.
What's Coach Cornfeld got going?
Loves the water at Bull Shoals. I think he's kind of an outdoors guy. He's a big lake guy. I know that. Says it's the clearest water he's ever seen.
Really? I hear Montana has a lot of those lakes where you can see right to the bottom.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Little less
Watch
spooky.
Justified, Tim. It's an excellent show. That's from Randy Character. Not Randy Carricker. It's
Right.
Randy Carrick.
Could be related
I suppose they could be
with a
related.
name that's similar.
His characters say, "Thank you, sir."
Justified, Doug. Have you watched Justified?
No, I haven't. What's that about?
I'll yield the movie boy. Is this a film,
It's
Jackson? A television show?
It's a Western. I've never seen it, but
Does it intrigue you?
I've heard good things.
Is that right?
Good cast.
What network?
Timothy Olyphant, Walden Goggins. It was a.
Oh, and he did Deadwood as well. And, of course,
yeah.
The Girl Next Door, which you refused to watch.
Yeah, it was a FX show.
Okay.
It was from
Kind of
like
The Bear.
yes, it was from like the mid 2010s.
All right. Doug, there's another one for you to watch.
Yeah, I haven't seen that at all. But I'll try to get on it if it's that good, I guess.
My Sibian fell off my roof rack again. If someone is driving by Spady and Conway, please pick it up for me. I am heading home, and I'm going to have to use my old one. It's a stick shift, so it's a little tougher to handle. That's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So, Doug, there is a Sibian that is at the corner of Conway and Spady right now, and she
High
is
rent
looking for
district.
somebody to
Right by
pick that up.
Villa.
Not far from Grassi's.
I mean, that would literally be at Villa.
How great would it be to get a meatball sandwich, they got great fries at Rossi's, and then pick up the Sibian?
Just on the side of the road, like roadkill.
You scoop it up, put it in your trunk. Sometimes people will leave their furniture out on the side of the road. Do you think anyone actually grabs it?
No, they don't leave it there. It falls out of the truck.
Like a Sibian.
No, but sometimes they'll say, like, take me. Like
not on the highway. You're just talking like
on
in
a
front of their
road.
home.
Yeah.
And people do it. You write free on anything, it'll be taken.
Do you think?
Justified is good, and Timothy Oliphant is hot in it. That's Sharon and Clayton. Sharon, have you seen Timothy Oliphant in The Girl Next Door, which I think is the best film of the 21st century, but Jackson refuses to watch the movie?
I watched half of it, and it wasn't doing that for me.
Alicia Cuthbert, bruh.
I know. I'm aware of who's in it. It just didn't speak to me.
Speak to me. Tell me what you see. Think about that.
Timothy Oliphant is one of those names you hear all the time, but you couldn't really pick him out. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup.
Sharon says he's on.
I think I could. I've seen him in a lot of things.
From Hawaii.
Is that true?
Went to USC.
Nice. Fight on.
Entourage?
Was he in Entourage?
I believe so.
In what capacity?
Problematic guy, and somebody stole his toothbrush, I think.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'd like to be the writer that submits that.
No, that's
what do you got over there?
It's Curb. Curb
somebody steals.
Enthusiasm.
Yes, they go to the wedding. They have
That's
a
what
wedding
I'm
right in
thinking of.
Mexico. Yeah.
Guys, when Tim sings, it tingles. That's from Steven Time. And we're going to hear Steven Time's performance, I guess. Apparently, it's return music. That's coming your way. Tony LaRusso on the Polos Plus dossier at 8:30. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air online at DesignAirService.com with Seth Goldcamp. Doug, how about these temperatures? Martin, were you dealing with intense heat down at Bullshoe?
There was about 3 days of just brutal. He stepped outside. Okay, that's enough, kids.
Fish
Stay
still
inside.
biting? Were the fish biting when it was really hot?
Well, when cars, he would do some stuff off the dock. That's a tough go. And you got to get up early. Like that trout deal, we were up at 6 a.m., Doug, hitting the road, the fog on the river.
Pretty cool, though.
You got to get up early. It's true. Get the fish. Yeah, it was hot as hell.
Yeah, the last couple of days. And good news here over the next week. We don't have anything above 80. Now it looks like it comes back next Thursday at 96. But temperatures are going to be temperate in the St. Louis area for about the next week. You run into issues, go to DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's team. And they will come out. They'll fix it. No upselling. You can count on them. That's why they have been the place where Doug, Martin, and I have gone for the last decade. And they have been with TMA for more than a decade. DesignAirService.com. Design Air Service Heating and Cooling. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
FlyMidAmerica.com. That's the website to head to book your next flight. If you want to go down to Florida, they go to so many destinations right out of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. You want to go down to Lauderdale, Fort Myers, Orlando, St. Pete, Destin, you name it. They go there from Mid-America's St. Louis Airport in Muscuda, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. And get online when you book the flight. Get the best prices available from Allegiant, going to places like Las Vegas. They've flown to Charleston, Knoxville, great destinations throughout the year. Direct flights and great service. And it's convenient. How about all of that in one spot? Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Park in the lot in front. You get through the gate, through security. Takes you about 20 minutes from your car to the gate. Convenience you don't get anywhere else. We're talking about airline travel these days. So book that flight. We did it for spring training. Flew direct down to Fort Lauderdale. My niece came in over the 4th of July. Flew from the Tampa, St. Pete area. People are starting to figure it out. Convenience, great prices, all at one spot. FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals lose again last evening. That's 3-8 since the All-Star break. They try to get right tonight against the Cubs. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Dustin May on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Texting pictures of my girl, praying Tim will read my text and rock my little world. Sitting on the couch with a helmet, nacho in my hand, thinking I'm a legend, but I need a better plan. I don't have the confidence of a Jeffco 4, thinking Tim reads my text like I'm his buddy next door. Checking every segment, waiting for my name, but Tim only reads his friend's text. That's a teammate game. No more Make-A-Wish calls coming through the show. No more long-time listener begging for a hello. Don't be sharp and soft like the media in this town. A Team A Man Camp, we're building warriors now. We don't kink shame, boys, that's not the way we roll. But nacho cheese ain't toothpaste, that's where we draw the goal. Wipe off the helmet nachos, put the cheese away. We're making men in camp, starting today. Hey, hey, welcome to Team A Man Camp.
Is this Brantley Gilbert? I thought maybe
we'll get you
Fred Shelton.
And teach you how to walk a mile parade. Hey, burn the jorts, burn the M1s, leave those excuses behind. You're still a confident guy, hey, even when Tim skips your line.
So it's about life in the inbox.
Life in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Hoping to be
Chairman
read.
Kurt, is this your handiwork or is this Steven time? It was what Steven time was calling to talk to Chairman Kurt about.
Oh.
He emailed it to me this morning. I forwarded it over to Papers.
Yeah, he sent it over.
And they got Blake Shelton to sing it?
I don't believe so.
No.
Brantley Gilbert.
I don't really know whose voice that is.
Boy, it's good.
You like it?
It's for TMA Man Camp.
Mm-hmm.
Martin, I guess you missed out on that. We're going to have a new summer camp, TMA Man
There's going to be a
Camp.
man camp?
Yeah.
What does this show know about being a man?
Amen.
I think we could maybe parlay it in with that float trip.
Ah, do them both.
Boy, I didn't think I could be more out on the man camp, but here I am.
And then there was a football league or something, Kurt? Chairman Kurt told me off air I dropped a big pass on 4th down.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt has created an entire TMA University, which is up on the TMA_STL Instagram account, of hosts, producers, listeners of the program who are on the football team. He played an entire season with this team. They got to the national championship game against Virginia. Apparently, like 70 people watched him play this game on YouTube.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we had like 73 concurrent viewers. Now the video's up like over 300 views, so people went back to watch the big game.
Hell yeah.
How long does the game last? It's not 3 hours, is it?
No, I think that one. And I turned the quarter length up a little bit for the championship, so I think it went around 90 minutes.
Oh,
90 minutes.
Gosh.
That's worth it.
We do have, we did get some naming rights to the stadium for season 2. So season 2 will be played at Polo's Plus Stadium.
Nice.
Oh, really?
And the Mound City Capital Partners have a jersey patch now, so sponsors are rolling
yeah.
in.
Look at this, Doug.
Notre Dame shaking in their boots.
Yep, they are. Well,
SoFi be gone.
where do I purchase my TMAU jacket? That's from Scissor Me Timbers. Let's see. TMA Man Camp and the float trip should be held in Licking, Missouri. Martin, you drove through Licking, Missouri. That's from the Unknown DJ.
I suppose we could get a line of letter jackets, and if you text in enough or call in enough, you earn your letter.
I mean,
can you imagine if you wore that to Napoli?
You have a TMA on your, if you're a letterman.
The sponsor that has the naming rights to the stadium just happens to be in the business, so
Doug
maybe
Polos Plus, sponsor of that dossier. They created this little tiny little lopsided hat I'm wearing.
maybe we make some TMAU merch.
Now, we could do it in Licking, Missouri, but there's also a small village in Henry County, Missouri called Tightwad.
Oh, Knob Noster is another good name.
Yeah.
Was that where wide receiver John Dossman of the 1998 Missouri Tigers was from? Am I right on that?
I don't know. I think that's where Whiteman Air Force Base is, though, isn't it? Knob Noster.
STL Today Comment's favorite Air Force base. KG, I was really hoping the stadium would be sponsored by Chuck's Boots. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Chuck's money's no good here.
Does Sharon go to Barrio in Des Moines? I saw someone who looks like a person that sends the texts that she does there. That's from Chairman Steve, thinking he might have had a sighting of Sharon in Clayton last night.
How would you know what she looks like based on her text?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know. But soon you'll know if these people are real because they'll be wearing their TMA letter jackets.
Yep. They'll be all over Clayton and Huntley and Ladue and Frontenac.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Man, we're a well-heeled audience, aren't we?
We could just, I guess it could just be a patch and you could put it on whatever clothing you wanted. Sure. So if you didn't want to buy the jacket.
Your boy shorts?
Needlepoint belt.
Doug, the lipstick lass who we actually know is a real girl and is actually legitimately attractive, just texted in, should I be gathering the cheer squad? Wow. God, you're going to have thousands of St. Louis area ladies wanting to be on the TMA University cheer squad.
I like a little, hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Oh.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
I thought of JR or Jay Jr. when passing the Sullivan eggs, and I wanted to ask the dais, did he commute or did he live
No, he lived out there.
Because I would say that'd be a hell of a ride.
Yeah, he lived out there.
Wow.
I can't take Notre Dame seriously until Marcus Freeman stops painting his hairline. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
You think that's painted?
Who also says that people tell him he looks like Timothy Oliphant.
Oh, of course.
Nice.
You think that's a painted hairline?
No.
Guys don't do that, do they? Paint their hairline?
I might come in tomorrow with one.
Carlos Boozer had an unfortunate situation.
Did it start to drip down?
He painted his whole bald head.
Oh.
And if you're playing professional sports and you sweat profusely, would that not be an issue?
You should look up Carlos Boozer hair. It's really tough.
I was already looking up Crystal Gale's hair. Now I'm going to look up Carlos.
Well, these guys that have all the money in the world, why don't they wait till the offseason, get a hair transplant, and no one would ever know?
Braun did it.
He looks like he's got shoe polish.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, my.
He told a story about it. I can't remember. He told it on All the Smoke. But
Did you hear All the Smoke?
No, missed that one.
It's with
Is it Gilbert Arenas?
No, it's Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson.
They had Eric Davis on there. Did you see that?
No.
Former Cardinal. For one season, Martin? Maybe 2 seasons?
Gosh.
Made fun of me in polling for being short when we would drop by that corner of the locker room that wasn't recommended to drop by, but yet kind of amusing if you did drop by because you knew you were going to get your balls busted.
Veteran bunch.
Yep. Him, Ray Lankford. Look at you two. How'd you get so small?
Damn.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Trust me. If I did, I wouldn't be in it.
Small. What a great question. I swear I was in there one time. We were both in there doing, journalism. And you went up to him and he turned around and was yelling what do you want to talk to me for, man? I went 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Get out of my face. And he acted like he was mad and you turned around and he looked at me and winked. Like he was just messing around.
It was great. He
would be fun to get on.
He actually, so he just did an interview. This is where I saw it. I'm virtually certain it was that podcast, Jackson. I saw it at 9 o'clock last night. I sent it to you. What's that?
With the NBA guys? All That Smoke?
I'm virtually certain that's what it was.
Had Eric Davis, I'm saying. I just thought it was an NBA vehicle.
No, they just had Royce Clayton on a few weeks ago, didn't they?
Okay.
So he was telling a story, in 84. It's probably when he was coming up with the Reds, which really speaks to his career that he was still playing. I think he went somewhere after St. Louis. Might have been Baltimore.
Giants for 1 year.
Okay.
He was here for 2.
2 years, 99 and 2000?
99 and 2000.
Those guys on that team said that was the funnest group. And when you look at the 2000 Cardinal roster, and now you kind of know some of the personalities, you can certainly see it. I remember after they won the division, and for that matter, the NLDS against the Braves, God, there were guys passing out in the clubhouse. They were so lit up. But anyway, Davis was telling a story of how he was in his rookie year, and Willie Stargell was kind of warning him about some of the off-the-field fun and games that a baseball player might run into with the ladies, Doug, and was telling him a story that every time you leave a lady, always make sure that you leave her $100 because that way she would be considered a hooker, and that was how they would never tell the story if you were to give them the money, and that was Willie Stargell's counsel. And he said he didn't want to give $100 because he had no money, so he was trying to give them $5 and $10 because he didn't want to get burned by being accused of sleeping around. And that was his tactic advised by, was it Pop Stargell?
I'm not sure I understand yet. If you give them the $100, then the hooker won't say anything?
No, they weren't hookers.
Well, then if they took it, then they could be accused
That's
of it.
it.
So they wouldn't say a word
That's
because they
it.
took the money, and therefore they looked bad themselves, so they just had to stay silent.
That's what Pop Stargell's counsel was with the We Are Family buckos. Is that John Candelaria?
I think so.
What's a rob-off means?
There really wasn't anybody in our industry. Like Dick Ford didn't pull me aside. Here's your deal.
No, you never got the
Put
kind
a
of
20
guidance.
on the counter. She'll think she's a hooker. I'm like, what?
Let's see. Eric Davis had one of the better stories in the skipper's book about bringing his own sack lunch to the game in Detroit after Tony had the post-game spread taken away. That's Alan Dadeville. I do believe there was one time where Tony said, you guys can't eat dinner after the game because you played so crappy, and so Eric Davis brought his own lunch.
I think Holiday had stories, too, where the skipper, one time he, smashed the food table because he was so mad.
So everyone went hungry that day?
And then Holiday, he did a bit when he got an award at the MHC. He pulled out like a granola bar. He said, I used to carry these around in case Tony got mad. Eric Davis, he would be fun.
He would be fun. And he was great. This podcast, he was telling some good stories.
I saw him leave the Cardinal clubhouse once, and he had on a derby and had a cane.
He was a showman, Doug.
Yeah.
What do you think? Career home runs, the great Eric Davis. I think he just went into the Reds Hall of Fame. Like, why did that take so long?
Yeah, he was a legend there.
Yeah, there was a period there in the late 80s. He was about as good as anybody going. He was a heck of a player.
The 1990 Reds, an absolutely great team that I feel like is because he had all these incredible World Series and storybook moments in 85, of course, the debacle with the blown call. 86 was the Mets and Red Sox. 87, Cardinals and Twins go 7. 88 is Gibson and the Dodgers shocking the A's. 89, the Earthquake World Series. 91 was a classic with the Twins and the Braves. And in the middle was this random red sweep of LaRussa's A's. And LaRussa's A's, were truly a team set to be a dynasty right before that Braves run. And only won one World Series, and that was the Earthquake World Series, which overshadowed their championship. But Davis was the guy. And then a decade later, he's here and part of a Cardinal team that I know those guys thought that was a world championship team. But obviously you had the Ankiel situation. And if I'm not mistaken, was it Pat Henkin who LaRussa had a jersey of in his office?
For years.
And he was tasked with stopping the Mets in Game 5, and it didn't work out. Were you at that game at Shea Stadium? I bet one of you had to have been there.
I believe I was. Because I remember the introductions. Well, when they went to New York for game, I guess it would have been Game 3. Remember they introduced the whole team, and Ankiel got like a standing ovation because he had been so bad. It was like the meanest, but he was laughing, at least on the outside when they were introducing him. Yeah, that team flamed out. God, I'm looking at it now. You had on the bench, Eric. This is what Walt would do. Find a veteran guy. Eric Davis, Sean Dunston, of course, Will Clark added. I mean, these guys are on the bench. Eric Davis, Sean Dunston, Will Clark. Polanco didn't play every day. Craig Paquette, friend of the show.
Pokey.
I was there at that series. I think that's right around when Mel Carnahan was killed.
It was that night. It was that night, as a matter of fact. That is correct. I remember watching the 2 Fox coverage of that one. Oh. Yeah, it was that night.
I recall they brought in Ankiel in one of those games, and he was warming up between innings and threw another one of his famously wild pitches back to the screen. Almost hit Mr. Met in the head. Almost hit him. And I asked him about it after the game because that was what I found the most fascinating thing about the game. And Ankiel, all he said was, "Yeah, got to be heads up back there."
Good lesson from Mr. Met. Guys, Eric Davis had a 162-game stretch between 86 and 87 where he hit nearly 50 home runs and stole nearly 100 bases. It's from Uncle Wally's plastic ear.
I'm stunned to read here he was only an All-Star twice because I remember him as one of the premier players of his era.
Childhood best friend of Darryl Strawberry.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
SoCal guys?
Yeah, South Central guys.
South Central. Doug, was How to Survive in South Central on the Boys in the Hood soundtrack from 1991? And was that Ice Cube? O'Shea Jackson.
I missed it. I don't know.
Guys, 2 acquaintances of mine just got rolled by 2 hookers in Nashville last weekend, so everybody be careful out there. That's from Starfish Street.
Talk about heads up back there.
When they say get rolled, does that mean they took all these money?
Jackson, when you get rolled by hookers, what happens?
You ever seen that Seinfeld episode where George meets a woman on the subway, go back to a hotel, she ties him up, he thinks it's going to get all, we don't kink shame around here. Next thing you know, she walks out with his wallet and all his clothes.
No.
That's what I imagine being rolled is like.
Okay. Well, how do you get out of a situation like that?
Tough spot, tough putt. About downhill, 12 feet, left, right.
Might make a lot of noise.
You think so?
We'll try to get housekeeping.
And then the law shows up and you say, well, I was just here soliciting these two heos.
No, it's like someone stealing your drugs, if you're SOL.
Call the police.
If you work in housekeeping at a hotel, how often do you think you stumble into a situation like that?
I'd say if you work a 10-year career, you probably see 2-3 situations similar to that. It depends on what hotel you're working at. If you're working at the
change the linens,
Biltmore,
this guy tied up.
Yeah, if you're working at the Biltmore or the Ritz, you probably don't see that all that often. But if you're at some of our seedier options across the country, more so.
Right.
Any hotel where someone's like...
How embarrassing would that be?
Yeah. At that point, though, you're just looking
You just want to get out of it.
Yeah, you're just trying to reset, like McGreevy after that blow-up start. You're just looking to put in work the next day.
Doug, a friend of the program and my former roommate at the University of Missouri, home of the Fighting Tigers, the 2026 national champion Missouri Tigers. Matt Poling texting into the program. He works down there at that City SC, who's on a heater, Martin. That's another thing that you missed out on. His responsibility at the Cardinals as a young man, one of them was to get the Cardinals to catch the first pitch. And I believe the tool at his disposal to get the guys out of the clubhouse, which, as we all know, but maybe the audience isn't aware, wasn't necessarily easy to do, which is why you see Justin Brule as the official first pitch catcher.
Yeah, McGreevy does it a lot, by the way.
Right? Just because he's sporting.
Yes.
Was, I believe, a $50 gift certificate to the Galleria. For whatever reason, Placido Polanco loved those gift certificates. So did Eli Marrero. Early on in the campaign, Poling went up to Eric Davis and asked him if he'd be interested. And Poling has texted in this anecdote. Eric Davis said he doesn't get out of bed for golden gift cards unless it has $10,000 on it. So the $50, they were far apart in the negotiations.
Right.
I like the idea of a pro ball player really wanting that Galleria gift card.
Part of Davis, too, was his voice. He just kind of had this funny, get out of here, dude. What are you talking to me for? He would have been a good stand-up comedian.
So just 2000 with the Redbirds?
The 99 and 2000.
Okay.
Well, ask the skipper about Eric.
Yeah, coming up in a half hour, Tony Lewis
I
is
wrote
going to
down,
join us here.
I wanted to ask Tony a serious question about the stadium dimensions at Busch Stadium. Like we were talking about Burleson being potentially upset. We know Arenado dealt with that because they were there from day one. I wonder how much it was a topic. How Busch Stadium plays, tough on hitters. And I'm adding Eric Davis with a cane. Let's see.
Yes. Yeah, we got two big things to ask the skipper. And he's got a golf tournament this weekend, right, Papers? Dave
Yes.
Stewart was on the He's with Dave Stewart on this. Dave Stewart was on the
Tunnels to
yesterday.
Towers Foundation to 9/11.
Yeah, it's the Ambrier on Friday.
Oh, Ambrier, glorious.
Yeah,
Doug, glorious.
weather should be real nice for it.
Is that right? What's the forecast looking like?
It's looking like low 80s. I mean, there's a chance of precipitation, but it's kind of, 60% chance of rain possibility, but 85 is a high. So as long as the saturation stays low, could be really nice.
As long as the saturation stays low.
Well, and then Saturday, high of 75.
My goodness.
And the low of 70, so really tight window there.
Doug, you could compress the ball in those conditions.
Boy, it'd be so much better in those conditions.
You can watch this program on the TMASTL YouTube channel. 251 friends are in there doing it right now, like Saint Lunatic, Mandrake, and Doug's Closet Hanger. They're all in there talking it over with Jeremy Hodge and the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. And he is on the hunt for hot wives. So if you are a hot wife in Huntley, you will find him. He's just driving up and down Lindbergh, Doug.
I guess in the Frontenac, Huntley area there.
It doesn't take long to patrol.
Yeah.
Oh.
Probably the Clayton and Lindbergh.
You go from
parking lot.
Manchester
The southeast corner is a hot spot.
Okay. Manchester to Clayton. I mean, that's.
I guess that's about it.
And you've covered Huntley, and then some.
Yeah.
Now you've probably touched Kirkwood and you're touching Frontenac.
And that would look different than that Hoosier cruising thing that I stumbled into on South Lindbergh.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Down there in the Melville region.
I don't know for sure because I wasn't with you during that situation, but I would imagine.
It was heavily Hoosiered.
Skipper's joining us at 8:30 on the Polos Plus Dossier Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 9:45. The lifetime roofing lead, Martin Kilcoyne, is back from his vacation. And then the secondary lead, the Cardinals, as they stumble toward the trade deadline. Those topics and more coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, no, Doug. July in St. Louis. Doggies are playing well.
3 in a row?
Way more than that, bro. Winning streak starts tonight. Thanks, D-May.
Tip your cap on the way out. Thank you.
Yep. And
that would be the perfect scenario.
Enjoy Boston again. He just gets traded to Boston every July.
Didn't he say recently, last week, right? He'd love to stay.
Sure. That's what you always say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you also talk about how great the fans are. And then ideally the reporter leaves you alone and you go play Golden Tee.
See. Anything else? Yeah, I love it here. Fans are great. What else? Well, I want to ask you about your time. Yeah, it's been great. What else? You're open to, I'd love to stay. Also willing to go. Mm-hmm. What else?
Because if you said the reverse, it would go really badly for you.
That's right.
Can't wait to get out of here.
The program's called The Morning After. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers, who loved that Rascal Puff. On the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. You're welcome to participate in the program in that Form Energy YouTube chat where friends gather. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tony LaRussa. Coming up on the PolosPlus.com dossier, and Dan Janson. Doug wants to talk it over here on these Callier Thompson phone lines. Dan, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Doug.
Hello, Dan.
Martin's here, too. Martin's back.
Say it again.
Martin is back. Martin's also here.
You don't have to say hi, Dan. It's okay.
I'll get to you in a minute, Martin.
Oh,
He's got a hit list here.
Yeah.
Tim, moving forward, I'd like to be more on brand and be referred to as number one Red Devil caller. If you could approve that with Chairman Kurt.
Chairman Kurt has the power to approve that. Chairman, do you approve that?
I missed the first part of that. What am I approving?
He would like to be called number one Red Devil caller, and I think like Jugs in D.C., Dan, the garbage man, they're all shouting.
Yeah, there's a lot of shouting out.
Ben Bishop calls in a lot.
Yeah, Ben Bishop loves this show.
Paul Stasny.
Am I crazy or does it not really roll off the tongue?
I think it's one of those things that takes time.
Something to that effect. I just want to get away from my government name. I'm getting too much publicity out there.
Okay. People are recognizing you everywhere you go.
Too little, too late, my friend.
Yes. I know. Jackson, are you taking two-part questions this morning?
I am.
Wonderful. Okay. I asked this. I'm going to China next week. Okay. And I asked this question not because you're a well-known communist sympathizer, but because I was told that I need to bring gifts to them, and not sure what the Chinese like. And somebody said they're huge NBA fans. And the only thing I know about the National Basketball Association is that like most TMA members, I could care less about the NBA, but I'm forced to listen to it on your Sports Center updates. And so that's the extent of my knowledge. And so I would like a suggestion, a recommendation for NBA stuff. I have something, but if there's anything else. The other suggestion was to get something like St. Louis based. And I thought about getting something that has the arch on it, but Martin called the arch the belly button piercing last week, so I decided not to do that.
Well, that actually wasn't me.
Brandon Walker.
Yeah, well, right. So, so what I did is invested in a Jason Tatum jersey because he's from St. Louis. He is, I guess, one of the better players in the NBA.
Yeah. Yes.
He's
How
also,
can the Blazers not want to move here?
Yeah. He's also a Chaminade alum, so there you go.
Yeah.
So he is a Chaminade alum, and Martin, you missed it yesterday, but apparently his golf tournament was held 2 days ago or something. So I assume he's in town. I'm sure he's listening to the program.
Yeah.
And I would like to get my Jason Tatum jersey autographed.
Oh, I see.
So, Martin, do you think, since your side hustle these days is getting stuff autographed, do you think you could help me out with that?
Okay, so you have a Tatum jersey and you'd like it autographed. Yeah. Is this for charity? Because that's always the key.
For the China trip.
No, it's truth be told, it's not for charity.
Okay.
But I can do something in trade if you'd like, since you're a quasi-fraternity brother of mine.
Okay. Oh, it's a Phi Alpha reference, I think. Well, I got a long list of things to get to, but I can add it to the list. I'm trying to get a hold of Crystal Gale, and next to that, I'm going to get a Tatum jersey signed for. But I'll tell him it's Red Devil caller number 1. Did Poling go to Chaminade?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, maybe. Oh, you did. Well, maybe he can help. Can I pass along the request to someone else?
Poling, you got a request coming in from fellow Chaminade guy, number 1 flyer phone caller.
Okay.
We're not giving names.
Red Devil.
Oh, yeah, Red Devil.
We're not. I changed that back when I was running the show in '83.
Running the show.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Not this show, the Chaminade show.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck on the trip to China.
I appreciate that.
What are you doing in China? What are you doing there?
We're running out of steam here, Doug.
I've told you, gentlemen, in the past, I'm in the coffee business, and I import commercial super automatic espresso machines from China.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, enjoy the trip.
Doug, you want to slap any tariffs on him at this point?
I might. If I don't care for the pricing.
Jackson, one last thing.
Oh, sure.
Based on your recommendation, I invested 3 hours in watching The Odyssey yesterday.
Yeah.
And I did not like it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
What was the problem, Dan?
First of all, it's hard to follow. Granted, maybe we've all read the story, but unless you're very familiar with it, it's just hard to follow who all these characters are.
Sure.
And it was extremely loud. I mean, the scenery was great, but the storyline didn't really flow. That's my take on it.
Papers, what's your thought on what number one Red Devil caller had to say?
I think everyone's entitled to their opinion, and everyone takes away different things whenever they go watch a movie. And if it wasn't for you, Dan, that's totally cool. I'm not going to be upset about it. I enjoyed it, but different strokes, different folks. So I'm glad that you went out to a movie theater and saw it. I think that's cool.
Good. I did. So, and I'm not holding it against you. I'll listen to your future recommendations on Movie Boy as well.
Sure. All right.
All right. All's well.
Very cordial.
All right, guys.
All right, Dan.
Enjoy China.
Taking my call.
There it is. That's number one
All
Red
right,
Devil
then,
caller.
Dan.
Doug, he's
You're a
changed his
stranger.
name.
Okay.
Was it a bit or no? That was real?
Well, it
Didn't
happened.
get invited to the game tonight.
I didn't. Already going.
Oh, is that right?
Already
Green
going.
seats? Green seats.
No, I don't believe green seats. Already going, but no, was not invited.
Maybe he'll call back and invite you to the game.
I doubt it.
I swear every time this flatter than a plate of piss guy calls in, my skin crawls off my body. We can't get to the discovery portion of this case fast enough. That's from Alan Daneville. So we're in the discovery portion? We're about to get into the discovery portion.
And it was flatter than a plate of piss?
That's correct.
That's like an old ball coach kind of thing.
The way
Never
this
heard
guy
that.
talks is extremely unsettling. I feel like you guys might be in a documentary in the near future about this guy. That's from Little Beer Cats. He's sideways with Iggy, by the way, Martin. To update you.
Yeah, the whole family. The whole family is really
the
up
Beer
against
Cats
it.
family and his son, Little Beer Cats. Second generation. Tony LaRussa is going to join us coming up here at 8:30 on TMA 101 ESPN. He is going to be in town this weekend for a golf tournament. And Dave Stewart, his pitcher from the A's, and they're close for many, many years. And Dave Stewart was on the Fast Lane. You can podcast that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, 101 ESPN app, and the TMA STL app program. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you can participate by calling in, just like number one Red Devil caller did at 314-974-0101. You can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. And, of course, open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, subscribe to the channel, and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Sharon and Clayton did not enjoy the phone call. She says, I just fell asleep while I was walking my dogs.
While walking. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
What if the skipper's monitoring the show just to see what kind of Cardinal talk's going on? And then he hears that.
And he has to be impressed. I mean,
it's just time for you to get that jersey.
Ali Marmol talked pregame, so this was before yet another loss last night, on limiting the frustration of this Cardinal downward spiral, a big picture perspective from the Cardinal manager, who now is starting to catch some hell after just about a month ago being listed as third most likely to win the Manager of the Year. Here is Ali Marmol.
This is one of those times where it's easy to, right? And especially you start off the season playing a certain style of baseball, and then it starts to kind of turn a little bit, and keeping the focus where it needs to be is by far the most important part of my responsibilities and the staff's responsibilities when it comes to finding those points of frustrations and making sure that we're not wasting opportunities to teach, because that's what those are. And getting frustrated does no good. We have to see the game, see the opportunities, and find ways to allow that to grow this group more than anything.
It sounded like they caught up with him at the club.
Yeah, it was. Did I hear Whitney Houston covering Steve Winwood and Shaka Khan there? I think I did.
That.
I think I did. Did you hear that, Higher Love?
I heard something like that, yeah. That wasn't in the clubhouse.
That was at the club.
Probably a dugout visit.
Yeah, probably.
Audio blasting in the back.
Okay.
If you like the Cardinals' chances to win the World Series, you put $100 on them. And, Doug, when they win it in mid-November, you will receive $25,000.
On a $100 bet?
Shot.
Huh. Well, that might almost be worth it.
Nice.
Because this team is rolling, and it doesn't look like they're going to finish last. Although that's still a distinct possibility.
2.5 games up on the Reds.
That's nice.
2.5 games out of a playoff spot. That is a magical
14
system.
behind the Brewers.
It'd be nice to see just a little bounce back here, just for a little bit. Otherwise, it's going to be a death march to the finish.
Your Rookie of the Year award and Manager of the Year award has not changed for J.J. Weatherholt, still the favorite at minus 150. Manager of the Year, though, it has changed in the National League. Who do you think is the favorite?
For Manager of the Year.
National League. You call it the senior circuit.
Could Murphy win it again?
Yeah, Murphy with the Brewers.
No.
Yeah. I think, and there's some bias there because he's won it, I think, a couple of times already. I mean, you got Mattingly doing what he did since taking over.
Yeah, I'll say Mattingly.
Mattingly is
because they were buried.
Plus 340. Anybody want to take a guess on what second would be?
Second place Manager of the Year?
According to the odds right now.
It can't be Dave Roberts. And our guy in Miami's fallen off. I mean, the team has fallen off.
Yep.
Wasn't McCullough up there a couple weeks ago?
So he's now plus 850,
right,
and he's
so that's
eighth
dropped
in the standings.
Because you can't go Dave Roberts, can you? No, if they're not going.
I got to do a lot of scrolling to find Dave Roberts. Martin, he's plus 3,000.
That's what I'm saying. Murphy's won it before. The Dodgers are supposed to be good. Mattingly's the obvious choice. Marlins are dropped off. Torey Lovello's
who's
not
the Pirates manager now?
Kelly.
Don Kelly is in second place, plus 420.
Okay.
Pat Murphy, plus 500. Blake Patera in Washington. They got a nice little situation going there. They're flying under the radar. He's plus 500 as well. Then you get to Ali Marmol, plus 550. Walt Weiss, plus 600. McCullough with the Marlins, plus 850. Council, plus 1,300 with the Cubs. There you go. Doug, now you've been briefed.
I'm a little bit surprised that Weatherholt is the favorite for Rookie of the Year when you see what Sal Stewart's doing with the Reds.
Sal Stewart is second, plus 300.
He's got a lot more home runs, 22. He's got a lot more RBIs, 79. He's hitting, I think, higher average, 254.
What's his WAR, bro? Because all that matters is WAR, bro.
1.5.
And what's Weatherholt's WAR, bro?
I'd have to check that. I don't know. I'm looking at Stewart's numbers at the moment.
WAR, bro.
I enjoyed the Joe Buck speech,
4.1.
Cooperstown. I don't know if you guys talked about it, but he said...
Yeah, we played it on Monday.
Okay, because I enjoyed when he said, I like watching a game and not hearing about OPS plus exit velocity. He said, the old days, 2016. It is true, because you can't even say WAR now. Oh, it's WAR minus FIP.
Yeah.
Plus, which I know doesn't make sense because of pitcher, but I agree. You can't even look at the stats anymore, Doug. That doesn't mean anything.
No. It's people trying to act like they know more than the last 150 years of baseball observers.
Doug, you're getting yelled at about not paying attention to WAR in the text inbox.
Sure.
Would you like to apologize?
No, I will
there
not.
it is.
I will not. If a guy has better offensive numbers, to me, that makes him a better hitter, regardless of what the WAR says.
Sal Stewart was an all-star. That's from the Lone Ranger's sidekick.
Yeah, he was.
Tony La Russa, who also I don't think enjoys those metrics, is going to join us on the other side of the break coming up here on the program. That's on the Polos Plus dossier. At 9:45, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin, could you tell people about Design Air? That's Seth Goldcamp.
Love talking about Design Air. Last fall, we needed a new HVAC unit. Met with Seth's team. They spell out all the different options and tell you the technology that's changed over the years. Got the installation done. Professional. What a great team. Was that Joe and Joey we had? I think we did. We had the combo there of Joe and Joey.
That's right.
Not a single problem. But, if you have any issues, they're going to stand behind their work. They've been around for more than a century. Family-owned and operated, St. Louis-based. Designerservice.com. That is the website where you can get signed up for a regular maintenance program, which means any issues. Doesn't matter when it happens, you're going to be taken care of. That's really a smart thing to do that way in the wintertime. No surprises, summertime, same drill. Designerservice.com. Get signed up there. The company that's been loyal to this show, and you can show your loyalty by signing up for that maintenance program. Whatever your needs are year-round, such a professional, awesome team, great employees. You can tell they enjoy working there. There's a difference. When you're choosing your HVAC repair, folks, make sure it's the best, and that is designerservice.com.
Sponsor of the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tony LaRussa with us next here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers communicating with the skipper, Martin, because Tony LaRussa.
Kind of fun to watch the connection process.
Yeah, it's there's a lot going on. This would have been a wonderful little behind the scenes because people love logistics. I don't know if anybody loves logistics as much as you do, but this would certainly be under the category of hashtag logistics if this were an Instagram reel. As Jackson and the skipper are talking it over, and Tony LaRussa is going to join us here on 101 ESPN.
He's going to be in town on Friday.
You're going to be in town. Big event coming up, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program. Doug, is it fair to say friend of the show? Martin,
well, I
friend
don't
of the
know.
show.
We'll have to ask him, I guess.
Depends, I guess, on how the interview goes. Tony LaRussa joining us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Tony.
Well, I'm a friend of the show as long as we're not pulling for the Cubs.
There you go. How about that?
Okay, that works.
Yeah, there it is. Tony, coming to town. Big event this weekend. Tell our audience what we have going on at Ann Briar in Tunnel to Towers Golf of America Freedom Golf Classic.
Well, I think for years and years, a lot of us, and I include, a lot of, when I say a lot, I mean a lot of people have recognized that the veterans, you can't do enough for them, and different organizations have taken up the mission and helped them in different ways. And one of the ones that's been the most, is impressive, very impressive, is Tunnel to Tower. and I've been donating to them recently. But last year, for the first time, a good friend from St. Louis, Brad Fitzner, asked and included me in the group that participated in their event in Waterloo, and we're doing it again this year. And as part of it, I thought it was such a worthwhile thing that I recruited, our great pitcher with the Oakland A's, Dave Stewart.
And Dave's going to be out there on Friday as well. What a career he had. And you two, that's a friendship. You guys worked together in Arizona. And he was at your event last summer here. I was walking into Stiefel. People are like handing tickets. I'm like, there's Dave Stewart just walking on by. That's a friendship that's endured for a long time with the two of you.
I appreciate that point, because the thing that I think, I'm not saying that we had a patent on it, but I know that the teams we had, at first with Chicago and later with the Cardinals and earlier with the A's, we really tried to build that family within the family. And the beauty of it is that to this day, we were all still related like family. And in Dave's case, we're both living out in the Bay Area. He lives down in Arizona, but he had an amazing career, starting as a catcher and coming out as a pitcher. And with the A's, he won 24 years in a row, and his postseason record is amazing. He was the Earthquake Series MVP, and then he went to Toronto for the ALCS and was the MVP. So he is still active. He works with the A's, evaluating their players. And there's a lot of depth to that man. If you ever have a chance to get him on your show, you'll appreciate it.
Yeah, he was a heck of a pitcher. I like what you say he won 20 games. Every time I bring up a stat like that, the young guys say, "Oh, wins don't mean anything. It's all about WAR. It's all about analytics." What are your thoughts on how that has kind of taken over the game?
All right, so I'm going to exaggerate the point a little bit to make the point. Anybody that gives you that kind of response, just hang up on them.
I'm with you.
Clip that off.
No, because, unfortunately, there's a beauty to the game when pitchers can make pitches, on the edges of the strike zone and don't have to, they're not trying to overthrow. The power complex right now you're trying to throw as hard as you can and spin it as much as you can. You see a lot of misses. Same thing with the hitting. If you hit 220 and you hit 20 home runs, you've had a good year. That's not. You should be a real hitter that uses the whole field. And the argument I make is, you get a guy like Albert, who hits 300. Well, he hit 700 home runs. You should try and hit the ball to where the pitch is. And unfortunately, a lot of the guys that have taken over with strategies, they've played fantasy baseball and they think percentages are how you're supposed to prepare a lineup, and especially strategies during the game, whether it's pitching or hitting. And it's unfortunate. I'll give you an example. There are a lot of times in close games and you're facing good pitching and you're trying to hit a home run. That's the hardest thing in the world. You need to get a little lousy single, put a couple three together, and then you'll score and win. And you have to manufacture runs. So you can tell I'm getting excited about this because I still watch games now. I work with the White Sox, evaluating games throughout their system, including I'm here in Chicago, watched us play the Yankees yesterday, and the trying to talk about WAR and the batting averages and RBIs are not important. I mean, it is such, but I can't say ass backwards. I'll say butt backwards.
Nice.
That what you need to do, man, you need to blend. All that information is very helpful if you use it correctly. But once that game starts, man, there's a humanity to it that you better be ready to adjust based on how the players look and what the score is.
I won't say the word surprise because that was always, you'd be stepping in it because that would mean that you didn't anticipate good things. But how much fun or rewarding has this Sox season? I know you've been with the Sox now for a while, to see their turnaround from a year ago. I mean, getting their teeth kicked in now, leading the division. How much fun has this ride been on the south side of Chicago?
Well, you can imagine how tough it was there, starting with the 23 season, 24, 25. And, fans get upset. You entertain them by playing good, hard baseball, competitive baseball, and winning enough. And so the second half of the season last year, and I give their manager, Will Venables, who was very impressive, and their staff, they ended up having a big second half, and they carried it over, and they're in contention now. And the beauty of it is that the fun you can have is being in contention. And they have a really tough 2 weeks of a schedule, so you can't take anything for granted. But you made the right point, man. We had 33,000 there last night because the fans are really liking our veterans and really liking the enthusiasm of our young guys. The farm system has really done a good job of producing players, a lot like what's happening with the Cardinals.
And how close tabs are you keeping here? I know you and Ollie have gotten to know each other a little bit. They were overachieving for a while. Now they're kind of backsliding a little bit. I don't think much was expected this year, but it's still not fun going out there. They're 3-9 since the All-Star break. And tell folks a little bit about the rapport you and Ollie have struck.
Well, it's very similar. We've had a good run for a long time, and I think it kind of went in the wrong direction. I think some of the culture issues there, took a beating, and now, they're going with young guys and veterans that'll listen. I know that the expectation beginning of the season wasn't for them to do as well as they did. So, 3-9, wouldn't surprise me in the next 12 games for them to go 9-3. But I think they're definitely heading in the right direction.
We were talking about this topic earlier. Hitters on occasion frustrated with the dimensions at the current Busch Stadium. You were there when it debuted. Was it right away? I mean, is it more pitcher friendly? We've heard Nolan Arenado talk about it. Burleson had a deep fly last night. On occasion, I don't know if they've ever talked about moving the fences, but what do you remember about the dimensions there from day one?
Well, I loved Busch Stadium because if you're trying to win, you have to stop the other team from scoring, and then you have to score more than they do. And so when you play in these real hitter-friendly parks, it really punishes hitters, punishes pitchers. And the beauty of the game is when you have a low-scoring game, that the team, whoever wins, has to manufacture runs. Now, we had, starting in 2005, we won quite a bit of games at Busch Stadium, right? And we had hitters that hit, and we had pitchers that pitch. So there isn't anything. I'm surprised that Nolan, would have felt that way. And the ballpark, you can hit a home run there. David Freese hit one to dead center, right? Mm-hmm. But you have to be able to reward your pitchers with making good pitches and not getting the cheap home runs.
So you'd say it plays fair.
Exactly. And that's, to me, is the best baseball that fans would enjoy, because a well-pitched, well-defended game can be very exciting. And I get back to the point I made before, nowadays, the strategics of how you play offense, swing from your butt 3 times and a strikeout is okay. No, you need to be able to manufacture runs, which is sometimes just get the rally started, get the guy over, get the guy in. And that's the baseball that it's really appreciated. Unfortunately, I think that there's a lack of appreciation for how beautiful it is, but more importantly, how realistic it is. I'll give you an example. Remember last year in the World Series, it was an 18-inning game. In the playoffs with Seattle, it was a 15-inning game. It lasted that long because everybody came to try to hit a home run. If they had just tried to, they call it the hero complex. The great hitting coach Charlie Lau used to preach it. Charlie Manuel. Against really good pitching, you try to get on base, and then you try to have a base hit or some kind of way to advance them, and allows the single to score a run. So I really think it's actually easier to win now if you have a very complete offense and you're not just playing power for 9 innings every out. I think you're very susceptible.
Even some of the smaller guys you see up there just swinging from the heels, just everybody trying to hit the ball 450 feet, it seems. It does get frustrating to watch them at times. It must be especially so for you with the philosophy that you've always had.
Well, it's stupid. You know, I mean, what you do is, you know, like we had guys, you know, the guys that complimented our power guy. You know, heck, we had the 3 Vs, you know, Edmonds and Rowland and Pools. You know, and we still like a guy like Reggie Sanders, right? You get on. Well, you need to get guys on base for those people. And so we had Schumacher, Aaron Miles. You know, I give you all these guys, and we all preach you had to hit 250 or better, and the way you do that is you use the whole field. And once in a while, hey, wait a minute, I'm leaving out the best example of David Eckstein, who ended up with a lifetime batting average of 270 and 2 World Series championships. You need to be able to play to your strength, fill the ballpark with line drives, and if you've got the power, some of them go out. But I'm not going to give the guy's name, but there was a really good infielder with a team that I know about, and that's enough said. And they pressured him from being a 300 hitter to getting stronger and hitting home runs, and his average dipped down to 250, and he wasn't the winning player he should be. I mean, I'm on my high horse about this one. I think the people making decisions need to understand that the power philosophy needs to be reined in, and what you want to do is make contact. The batting average and RBIs are still the most important statistics because they lead to runs, and runs win games.
Yeah. You sound fired up about the game. You've been doing this a long time. You still enjoy going to the park and the strategy within the game?
Well, you know, when you're lucky, if you got a passion for something, and when I was born and raised in Tampa, Florida, my family, you know, was all about baseball. And, you know, I signed when I was 17 years old. So to have the ability to keep doing this every year that somebody thinks I can help, I'm a very fortunate man. Most fortunate because for 30 years, Chicago, Oakland, St. Louis, I think I had a conversation at Cooperstown the other day with Sandy Koufax, and I told him, in all those years, imagine this, how lucky our coaching staff and myself have been. We never had one day in 33 years where we didn't have 100% support from the ownership and the front office. And every other one of my friends who's managers, they've had some good times, and sometimes one of those key pieces are missing. So I'm still fortunate. The White Sox think I can help them, and I watch games, and you know, and I get when I see the guys swinging for what you just described, those little guys trying to hit a home run, that's not good baseball.
The event this Friday in Waterloo and Briar, it's to benefit Tunnel to Towers Foundation, charitable organization founded back on right after 9/11 to remember a firefighter who lost his life that day. The foundation then supports families of 9/11, those first responders and those veterans there from that tragic day. That's what benefits. My final question is, you're friends with all these generals and military leaders. I've always wondered what those conversations are like, because you've sat at the table with all these celebrities and big names. What do you ask them when you're around these great military leaders?
Mostly I'm humbled and appreciative. You're right, because it's become obvious that you know, that our group has really supported what the military does. So I can drop some names on you that can prove it. But it's really about learning, and they'll tell you that when they get into a foxhole, it's about their mate in front, behind, and to the side, you know, and that's the kind of the tightness that you try to build in your team, you know, where everybody respects and trusts and cares for each other. And the other part that's I mean, if you remember the movie We Were Soldiers, General Hal Moore and his Sergeant Major Plumley. Well, from 2003 to 2011, General Moore came to spring training every year. In fact, I have the most beautiful picture of the man that I've loved the most, Red Shandings. The two of them ride around in a golf cart, these two legends. So we talked about leadership. And I tell you, I don't want to talk too much of it, but the other thing is, there's always something you can do as one of General Moore's things. You don't ever feel like you're stymied and you've tried everything. He would say there's always something else you can do. Later in his life, he actually published, because of his connection to the Cardinals, he changed that to 3 strikes and you're not out. So it's about baseball, it's about leadership, but mostly it's about service to the country, and I include the first responders for sure.
Tim, dare I say, friend of the show? I think it went well.
Yeah,
I was going to ask about Crystal Gale. I never got to that. I was going to ask about Eric Davis. I never got. We had a long list of randoms for you.
We'll talk again sometime, because have I got 2 minutes to say something?
Yeah, of course you do.
All right, so I'm coming to the St. Louis area tomorrow to do a coaches clinic and player clinic, and I'll be around, as you know, Friday to do the golf. We're getting ready to announce that big weekend in St. Louis, 11, 12, 13, when they do the 2006 reunion and the induction of Albert and Yachty. Sunday night, we're going to do a show at the factory, and I'm getting ready to start publicizing, what that's going to be, and it's going to be really priced right for our fans. So this is the first mention that I make about it publicly, so we can talk about it more later.
Nice.
So that weekend, the Red Jacket weekend for Albert Yachty, I think it's going to be inside Busch Stadium this year. It's so big. That weekend, you'll have your own event. Sounds like Sunday night
at the factory.
Sunday night, and in fact, both Albert and Yachty, and like Jim Edmonds, are going to stay around on Sunday to be on the stage and talk some ball, and we'll have some comedy and some music, and it's mostly for fans to enjoy it. I'm telling you, when you see the pricing, it's going to be priced where families can go, and very excited about it.
Outstanding. Well, that will be wonderful.
You never run out of energy, do you? How do you keep going like this when you could easily shut it down and spend the rest of your life on a beach somewhere?
Well, it's about passion. I've got a passion for baseball, so I look forward to going to the park and working for the DeWitts and in Oakland for the Haas family and Mr. Reinsdorf. I was schooled to give something back, and one way that you give it back is to do something like this. Because, in fact, when we do that thing on the 13th, we always have a section where some donations go to vet ticks, and they come as our guests.
How about that?
Nice.
That's first class. Tony, really looking forward to what you have coming this weekend, and then coming up with the big weekend with Albert and Yachty going into the Cardinal Hall of Fame, and then what sounds like is going to be an incredible night at the factory that Sunday evening. This weekend, Tony La Russa and Dave Stewart. It is going to be a big one at Annbriar. You can join Tony La Russa and Dave Stewart on Friday, July 31st, starting at 6:30 in the morning with Tunnel to Towers Foundation at Annbriar Golf Course for the Golf of America Freedom Golf Classic, supporting America's veterans, first responders, and their families as Tony La Russa continues to give back to the St. Louis community and our veterans and first responders. First class, Tony. Always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for your time, and we'll look forward to talking again soon.
Okay, man. Let me add, can you believe that weekend the Cardinals play the White Sox?
Oh, perfect timing.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, you better tell those boys to get ready, Skipper.
Nice.
All right, man. Can't lose. Whoever wins, wins.
Yeah,
that's right.
All right,
tied for first.
Thank you for I appreciate the opportunity to talk about Tunnels to Towers. Thank you.
We always love having you on. Thanks, Tony.
Okay, man. Bye.
All right, that's Tony La Russa with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. How about that? A lot there.
Oh, yeah. He's great.
I believe that.
I want to get into it, but I know we got a break. But what were you about to say?
Did they announce it yet that they do the red jacket ceremony, but this year with it being Albert and Yachty, I think they moved it inside the stadium. There was some debate about whether they'd keep it outside of Ballpark Village. I think it's going inside. And again, it is against the White Sox, so we don't want to get that butt backwards. I think didn't he say ASS? And
yeah, he did.
He already said it, and then he said, but I won't say it.
Right.
And he did say it.
And I saw Doug immediately text his three sons.
It hurt. I had to cringe.
Yeah, that Sunday night, the Factor, that could be a nice little pony.
He's 81 now and still just going full speed ahead. God bless him.
Loves talking about the game, and I knew when you went wins and like we get anything, we really get them going.
People love that interview. We'll read the text. You are welcome to text and call in what you heard from Tony La Russa. There was a lot there. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Form Energy, sponsor of the YouTube chat. 284 friends are in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And of course, you're also welcome to text in. Email in, YouTube chat, call in. There's so many ways to get involved in the program. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals are back in action this evening against the Chicago Cubs at Busch Stadium. That's going to be a 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Dustin May on the mound for the Cardinals, Matthew Boyd on the mound for the for the Cubs. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
We'll let that Sports Center update marinate a little bit.
Yeah, just think
kind
about
of
that.
sit with that for a little bit. Think about what Jackson had to say.
I wonder how the skipper would have handled. You see Harrison Bader's latest injury. Mm-hmm. He was on a scooter and crashed. He's already on the injured list with plantar fasciitis. And then over the weekend, he was on a scooter that crashed.
Yeah, he's getting an MRI today, I believe, or yesterday.
I thought the guys had things in their contract where they couldn't do certain high-risk activities.
They do. I'm sure each contract is
like
different.
Surfing.
Yeah. I would think scooter
skydiving.
riding would be out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have all those things. Or used to, anyway. I don't know if they still do. But Bader, on a scooter, crashed, and now he's hurt more.
Not the first time he's gotten injured on a scooter. As a sophomore at the University of Florida in 2014, he was suspended from team activities following a late-night scooter crash in Gainesville.
Stay off that scooter, son.
Get out of the scooter.
I told you years ago I was covering the Blues in the playoffs out of town. And
you got on a scooter.
No, in the middle of the day, I was just going to lunch out of the hotel, and I saw 4 guys go really fast past me on scooters. And I said, wow, those guys are really moving. Then I looked closer. They were all Blues players playing that night in a playoff game. I thought, what in the world would have happened if they had fallen?
That could have been your report.
Yeah.
I'm Doug Vaughn on the scene where these players are not taking these playoffs seriously. Film at 10.
Well, I would just think that as a coach, you wouldn't want your guys doing that kind of thing, especially in the playoffs. I guess they're adults. I guess they do whatever they want to do.
A lot of people texting in about the Tony La Russa interview. I think this sums it up pretty well. Tony La Russa is the best great interview. Mount Rushmore of Cardinals managers. That's from Grimy from South County. Yeah, there was a lot covered in that conversation with Tony La Russa. If you missed it, you can go back and podcast via the TMA STL app. Or the 101 ESPN app. Download them both, and you can always go back on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin, what stood out most to you from our conversation with the skipper?
I mean, I know him pretty well, but I'm still amazed at just how in tune with the current game he is, and how you can still like kind of rile him up within seconds. Just mention something like wins not mattering. Not mattering as much as they used to, and he just can flip that switch so quickly where you can just tell he was kind of getting mad.
Yeah.
And it just cracks me up that he still gets so worked up. And I was trying to figure out in the break who he said, the second baseman who we might know who got
I feel like it was obvious, but maybe I'm off.
Well, Doug and I Doug threw a couple names at me. I thought maybe you said what, Wong or Carpenter? Is it more recent?
Carpenter.
Like where he became a home run guy.
Carpenter had 8 home runs in 2014, and then the organization, it was a conscious decision. It wasn't like secretive. It was a conscious decision to have him start hitting home runs in 2015. I think he actually spent some time with Holiday as the organization wanted him to change his swing plane to hit more home runs, and he did.
Yeah, he had 36 one year.
But it was at the cost of what got him to the big leagues, and I believe listen, I don't know that's what Tony was saying, but
Well, he said second base, organization we know. I mean, that would...
Yeah, that was a deep tease, but yeah, I felt like it was obviously Matt Carpenter, but maybe I'm wrong. Doug, was it Placido Polanco?
I don't know.
What about Luis Ordaz?
At least with Carpenter, if that's who it was, at least he put together 4 really good power seasons. I mean, really good. He was an all-star 3 years. It's just when that fell off, he didn't adjust at all. He continued to try to pull absolutely everything into that shift for years. And then the power went way down. I guess that's probably who it was.
Carpenter went from a doubles machine to a strikeout factory. That's from the unknown DJ.
Yeah, the year he hit 36 home runs, he struck out 158 times. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Doug, let's role play. You be a hot guy on a scooter, and I will be the pavement. Ram right into me. That's from Steven
See, we just don't need that kind of commentary.
So we're talking ball here.
That's right.
None of this.
Doug, are you playing footsie with me?
Knock it off.
See, that's what goes on in the Stiefel studios when Charlie Marlowe comes by. You can get involved as well. 314-399-9646. Save it in your phone. Text into the program. Be a friend of the program. You're going to get your text name installed here on Monday because it'll be August 3rd. And Jackson has a deal with the audience. First week of the month, if you don't have a text inbox name, he will spend the week updating text inbox names. Mm-hmm. That's his deal.
Mm-hmm. You'll come in fired up on Monday?
Sure.
He'll probably forget about it until about 7:03 when I say, yeah, and if you don't have a text inbox name, and then you will see the sadness wash over his face.
Of all the meat on the bone, the interview talking about his connection to military leaders over the years and the state of the game and the White Sox bouncing back, I think if we had video of Jackson trying to connect with Tony, that probably would have gone viral because there appeared to be some sort of clearinghouse. You would say, Jackson Burkett, 101, St. Louis.
Yeah.
And then you would connect, and then he still wanted you to call back, and then you had to do it again.
Yes.
Jackson Burkett calling from 101.
Correct.
I couldn't figure out what that was. I've never
it was an automated screening system, I guess.
Does anyone have that on their phone?
Yeah, I do. I thought
Really?
that was just automatically on
Are you
iPhones.
serious?
Oh my God!
Where you have to
Do
say
guys
your
get-
voice?
I was saying this yesterday. I was playing an event yesterday, and I was with one of my buddies. I go, I swear to God, every time I pick up my phone, I'm getting a spam call, and then it automatically filters out the spam. I thought everybody had this.
Well, I have where it says spam.
I have.
So then somebody has to leave a voicemail, and they have to identify themselves, and 90% of the time they don't because it's a spam call. But I was waiting for a phone call from a number I didn't have saved, so I didn't know, so I was paying attention to it. But I thought this was just the standard latest operating system on iPhone, but maybe I'm off.
So if I call somebody's number and I'm
it's
not
not
in there,
saved, you have to identify yourself. And
well, I guess I haven't done that where I've called somebody I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's probably the reason why I don't know.
Yeah.
I've
I've had three of those calls this morning already.
Oh, you already have? See?
Yeah.
But it'll say spam and you don't answer it, right?
It says, something
Same.
like that.
Yeah.
It says, do you recognize the number?
Potential spam is what I always get.
Yeah, I just never pick up the phone.
No.
I never answer the door. I never pick up the phone.
Yeah, if someone is calling you, like a real person, and you have their number saved, and you don't answer, they would then send a text, hey, this is so-and-so, gave you a call. Give me a call when you get the chance. If it's spam, they'll call and never leave a voicemail or say anything.
But when it's someone at the door and you don't answer, do you look out at them? Or do you peer through the blinds? What do you do when there's someone at your door and you're not getting it?
Nothing.
But first you have to walk up there to make sure it's not the next door neighbor or something, though, right?
No.
Your
Text
brother?
me.
Your brother? Your parents?
Family knows me well enough to reach out and say, hey, we're coming by. Hey, we need something. We need to come over.
So whenever the doorbell rings, you don't get it.
100%.
The idea of the drop-in is gone. No one's accepting a drop-in anymore.
We had a guy. This was a couple of weeks ago, and we're out back, and Holden, who's 9, and his little buddy's over, and they were swimming, and they go inside the house, and then he comes out. He said, "Oh, there's a man at the door." I said, "I'm sorry." He said he needs to talk to you. I said, "What did you open it for?" We don't open the door around here.
that door
I
stays
go out.
closed.
It's a guy. He'd ridden up on a Segway, and he was doing some roofing pitch. And I said, "I'm sorry, can I help you?" And he said, "Yeah, hi, how are you, sir, today?" And I said, "We're good. We've got company over." And he said, "Well, looks like the boys are doing just fine." I said, "I'm sorry." Unbelievably pushy, crazy almost. He said, "I'm with so-and-so roofing, and I wanted to show you something here. Can I show you?" And I said, "No, you don't need to show me anything." Yeah. And he kept talking. I said, "I'm asking you politely to leave."
Yeah, get on that Segway and keep it moving.
He kept going. It was like he had a manuscript. He said, "Well, I understand in these current situations." I said, "Sir, I've asked you to leave." And he hops on his Segway and whips down to another neighbor's house. And Holden said he sounded like he was AI because he wouldn't stop.
Bot showed up at your home?
He wouldn't stop with his little spiel. And he had kind of that.
The kids would call that an NPC. It's a non-player character in a video game. So
non-player character. I like
he had kind of a glazed over look, but he just kept going with the spiel. And I said, "I'm asking you politely," and then he kept going. So don't open the door. Don.
No, I had that with an exterminator guy once.
Oh, yeah?
Wanted to spray the yard for pests. And I said, I've already got a guy who does that. He says, "Who is that?" I said, the Acme pesticide? I don't know. He said, "Well, what's the name of the guy that you use?" I said, "I don't know."
God.
Yeah.
But I feel so bad for the people having to do that job that it's hard for me to be mean to them. I just can't imagine a worse
I'm
job.
totally polite up to a point.
Right.
And when you say, "Oh, thanks so much, appreciate you," stuff, but we're good, we're good, and then it's like, "Okay, pal."
I would like to recommend, and this is not an endorsement, but the Ring doorbell camera that can alleviate all issues with not knowing who's on the other side.
Well, and we have a Ring. Unfortunately, the 9-year-old opened the door and still had this random weirdo standing on a Segway trying to redo my roof.
Right. That's the external factors. Sometimes that's how it fails, is when the child opens the door. The Ring camera, though, the only issue I would have with that is anytime there's like movement outside the door, it alerts you. And in the middle of the night, if I got like a notification, like there's movement around your door, it could just be the wind blowing, or, you know.
You
like
think you're being robbed.
Small,
Yes.
right. Or like I'm away on vacation, there's like activity by my door. That would freak me out. When often it's nothing.
Martin, they are not happy with you. I didn't catch this, but now they're not happy with you. Bobby Big Wheels, damn. Did Martin just flex on us that he has a pool?
Yeah.
Wealthy much? That's from Bobby Big Wheels. Martin, would you like to apologize?
Well, I didn't say the size of it. You got those little tin, out by the farm.
Yeah, those are
loaded out
nice.
back.
Yeah.
That's what we had in St. Gabriel's Parish. Those things, when the pools were opened, that meant we rolled out the big aluminum pool. Whirlpool season, bitches. Whirlpool season. Get the heavy guy to lead the train. He would force the water in a circle, Doug, and then we just ride it like a lazy river.
How many people could fit in that thing?
If you were with like a rich guy, like 4.
Okay.
It's a nice sized pool.
See? That's what I'm saying. You roll that tin out, kids are having fun all summer long.
We
And
would
that's what
love
you
to
dealt
have had
with.
that kind of pool. We couldn't afford that. We just had a hole. We'd dig a small
hole.
hole in the
Swimming hole
ground.
in the dirt.
Yeah.
You'd swim in a well.
Yeah, pour a couple cups of water in there. That was our pool.
Right.
And we liked it.
Papers.
Yo.
You should be able to go into your Ring and do settings to where it doesn't notify you for stupid stuff. That's from the 314. I think the filter says turn stupid stuff off.
Good. All right, good advice. I don't even have a Ring camera now, but I used to.
Why'd you get rid of it, bro?
Moved.
So you could theoretically reinstall it.
It wasn't mine.
I don't know what's going on.
He was renting.
Right. The place I had.
The place you had
now
a
you got the
Ring.
doorman.
No doorman.
Chris Gardner's letting people in and out of your building.
Yeah. I hire somebody just to stand by my door at all times.
Oh, do you? That's nice.
He's like a knight.
The Kirkwood colon cleaner said, "Thanks, Martin. Just trying to do my job."
Yep. That was the guy in the Segway, the old
I
Kirkwood
guess.
colon cleaner.
What is the job of a colon cleaner?
It's in the title, man.
But is he selling you liquid that cleans it out, or does he have to do it?
I think he does it
manually?
himself.
I didn't see that as a door-to-door operation.
Well,
Man, boomers love taking calls from strangers and opening the door when people walk up, huh? That's from Big Tough.
Well, it's because that's the way life has been for most of my life. Someone knocks on your door, you say hello. You don't automatically think that they're there to kill you.
Well, I just don't want to be bothered. I'm not really in fear of murder.
No, I'm not that bothered.
I'm a
really.
big fan of not opening the door.
Oh,
You
yeah.
kind of look out the window.
I
like, what
do
do
the
they want?
calculation. What is the upside? What is the downside? And I arrive at the conclusion of strictly downside.
well, if it's
It's like mail at this point. I'm not mad at the mail. I just know nothing good's coming in the mail. The days of my hustler arriving in the mailbox are over.
well, if it's like a publisher's clearinghouse situation, and you just won $10,000.
There's a camera crew out there.
Still not worth it.
And McMahon.
I'm just uncomfortable with someone lurking around my front door porch, and I don't know what he's doing.
I think that's
And
the biggest thing.
I haven't addressed it yet.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is the door-to-door thing is like it's so intimate. Like you're all but an inch away from being inside the home. I think that rubs people the wrong way.
Doug, I wouldn't open a front door if my wife rang the doorbell. That's from Big Tough. So that's his policy.
Okay, boy, aren't you tough?
We did the kids were doing the scouting for food, in the fall. And you have to go up to door handles and just tie the little blue bags when they do the canned goods the next week. I was a little nervous. Like, you going up to random doors?
Oh, yeah, I don't like it. Outside of Halloween, going up to people's front doors is just a no-go for me.
Isn't it sad that we're so afraid of other people like that?
It's not just being afraid. I just don't want to like.
Well, what else is
you
it?
wouldn't want to bother any. Like you're like inconveniencing somebody. It's like
By just tying something on the front door?
No,
handle?
I don't care about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like knocking on someone's door and asking for something or doing something like that. Unless it's like an emergency and you know the neighbor.
Yeah.
Tim, you never know. Your friend could have sent over a 25-year-old smoke show for the less popular FMF just as a surprise gift. That's from the Worse Woods Wacko.
Well, I don't know.
I guess that happens.
I don't know.
I don't open my front door, but I've opened Doug's back door.
Yeah, to see that one coming.
Craig O'Neill. So
Somebody's
he's the
at
anchor I worked with down in Little Rock.
Yeah, if someone's knocking on the back door, then I'm a little concerned.
Now you're kink shaming.
Doug, I'm lactating. Thanks.
What if somebody was at the back? Hey, I just came around back here. Couldn't help but notice you have a pool. And I wanted to see if you have a pool service that I could offer my company.
No, that's when you answer with the 9-iron in your hand.
Go full Nicholson.
Yeah.
It's this whole bit is really your guy Sebastian Maniscalco. Doesn't he have a whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
When you
wonderful.
When you were kids, your parents couldn't wait for Aunt Betty to come over, and you waited all day, and that somebody's at the door. There was just genuine excitement, and now it's like, get on the floor.
But what happened to change it? What was the event that made everybody so afraid or uninterested in opening the door when someone shows up?
Well, I think a lot of that has moved to like emails and phone calls where like instead of people going door to door to try to hawk this, that, or the other, they call or they email you as opposed to come right to your front door.
But I mean, there was a time when you would have never thought about not opening the door to someone knocking on your door, even if it was a salesman.
The Fuller Brush Man.
Right.
Your folksy origins have no bounds on what we're talking about here now. And that's what I think it's getting down to, is that you have folksy origins, where you were looking forward to people coming over so you could serve them iced tea.
Not necessarily looking forward to it, but I just wonder, at what point in history, what event happened that made people so afraid to interact with each other on the front door?
Probably the serial killer
or something.
Boom of the 70s and 80s.
There wasn't a boom.
Yeah, there was.
There was a serial killer boom.
In the 70s and 80s. That's when all like the serial killing went down.
Yeah, that was the boom era.
But they didn't. Serial killers didn't politely knock on your door.
No, but they would show up. Basically, it was all but that.
I don't know that it was.
Probably that lead paint in the houses.
Good morning.
I don't know what it was.
My girlfriend was dog sitting. A man knocked on the door acting like he was a businessman. She told him she wasn't interested. And then he walked around the house trying to open all the other doors and windows in the house, and then she had to call the police. That's from Doug Glatt.
Open up the windows? Yeah, that's a bad scene.
Yeah. Well,
now I'm picturing Doug on the porch. Hello there, how are you? Like everybody walking by. He's like, are you selling anything?
Right.
I'm over here.
A serving tray of iced tea.
Martin has a pool. Doug lives in Sunset Hills. Tim has pizza every Friday. Yeah, radio doesn't pay well. Sure. That's from Rusty Shackelford.
Pizza.
And my ability to acquire pizza every Friday is my wealth.
Yeah. Midwest caviar.
You probably get more than one ingredient, too, don't you?
Oh, yeah. 3 toppings at least.
Oh,
Doug, you're getting
straight
support.
pepperoni, usually cash from Pizza Go-Go. I need to talk to those miners boys at Uncle Leo's, though. Maybe get some fungo wings.
Delicious.
Doug, you get support here. Bunch of pansies except Doug, because we don't answer the door.
It would have just been I spent most of my life where that would have been the height of rudeness, not to answer.
But that is my brand.
I still have neighbors
opening the door and saying beat it is more rude than not answering the door. You can not answer they don't know you're home, except they see you peeking around the curtain.
Right.
Weirdo.
I guess I just, in a way, I empathize with the people who have that job. I feel kind of bad. I kind of respect them that they're out there trying to make a living, and it's got to be hard, and they're getting doors slammed in their face, and I feel bad. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do.
You don't have to slam the door. You can say, hey, thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Or just people being rude to them or something.
It's a tough go. I agree with that.
Doug, the Ring doorbells would change the industry. That's from TMA's Vice President of Special Projects.
I guess maybe.
But when did we feel the need for the Ring doorbell, Doug? We must have decided we don't want to open the door, therefore we need the Ring.
But, I mean, in 2000, I got rid of having a landline at my house. Now, it wasn't because I didn't want to interact with people. It became obsolete. So I would present it as that way. I don't view it as, I don't want to talk to the telemarketers. I don't need it. It's an expense that I can reduce, whether it's an expense of time or an expense of money. So I think that's where it is. I feel badly, I guess, for train conductors. 125 years ago.
How about blacksmiths?
The bee's knees. Blacksmiths, absolutely.
Oh, no.
What if you opened the door, Doug, and a blacksmith was there and said, can I do any work for you around the house?
I don't need an anvil.
I feel bad for the
Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
the leech men, the guys who would put leeches on you.
Oh, yeah, Will Wheaton and Stand By
Get
Me.
rid of the sickness. Yeah, and I feel bad for Will Wheaton.
But I still have neighbors come trying to sell me Girl Scout cookies and things like
But
that.
you would see them and you go, oh, okay, it's little Susie or little Billy. And then you
Right,
open
and
the
then
door.
you slam the door in their face.
Little Billy Simpkins.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got? You still hawking those?
But on the ring, you can
mints?
you can talk through like the speaker, and you could be like, "Hey, get lost."
Kind of like the mom in The Sopranos. She's
Yeah.
got the walkie-talkie from upstairs.
Janice.
Hey,
What was that?
Yeah.
get lost.
No, club earmuffs, Kurt. But that when she,
Spoiler alert.
whenever
Oh, poor Kurt. All these Sopranos.
whenever
references.
Richie Aprile raises his hand to her,
Yeah.
she's bad. She's down bad.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Got that design error, heating and cooling email today coming your way on the program. At 9:45, Tony La Russa was with us for a half hour in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on TMA, a show that welcomes your participation, your viewing, your listening in a wide variety of ways by texting in, calling in, emailing in, and talking it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And Mentality welcomes you to start feeling better. Here is what Mentality's learned treating 25,000 men. You cannot rely on testosterone alone anymore. To run at full capacity, your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. For guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy plateaued even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. Testosterone levels the field. Peptides drive your results. Start today at lowtusa.com. Start today with Mentality at lowtusa.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 Spin.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. With a vehicle you pick online, and just know that you'll get that car with little to no money down, also best rate possible. It doesn't matter what your situation is. That's their guarantee to you. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family, and they put this site together to sell you a car, but also to help you get your credit back on track. They do that with the free playbook that Jim Olive put together, and it's right there to download on the website. So check out the car, get the best rate possible with little to no money down. Making that large purchase can get a little complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup along the way. Auto Loan Pro will get you back on track. That is their guarantee to you. They work with over 50 different lenders. That's how they're able to get the very best rate possible. It's AutoLoanPro.com website with all the vehicles there and that playbook that you can download. Get online, get that vehicle at AutoLoanPro.com.
Is this Gnarls Barkley?
Mm-hmm. CeeLo.
Yeah. 2006?
Yep.
This is Clabe's theme song. Whatever show he had at 590. Is it Showtime? This was his song. I don't know why, but after we'd be on the next show, the one after Frank, this was the open.
The program's called TMA, 101 ESPN. They're not happy. 314. Dear TMA, every day I hear you encouraging listeners to engage with the show via call, via text, via the YouTube chat, and email. I have yet to hear you give out the email address. Can you please share the details for the official TMA email? Thank you for the entertainment every morning. Have a great day. That's from MSTT6 string.
What does that mean? MSTT6 string.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Let us read what's in the prompter. MSTT6 string. The email address is themorningafter@InsideSTL.com. And Chairman Kurt filters those emails, and then we read them on the Polos Plus dossier, usually around 9:45, give or take 20 minutes. So, Matt, MSTT, 6-string, send yours in, and maybe you can get through the filter, and maybe you can compete with Mark from Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium. He is having a big, big year.
Was that Iggy throwing up?
No.
Marlo.
That was Iggy.
Berman?
Iggy growling. I'll play one more time.
Okay, was he trying to do a little Mizzou Tiger?
It kind of sounds like a Wolverine.
Go Tigers. Beat.
But theirs is not a true Tiger.
Are they the Golden Lions?
I don't know what they are.
Jackson Mike Francesa is taking calls still, and also having guests on. What is the backstory on this?
I was trying to figure it out. It's clearly with a reporter.
He's sideways with a reporter here, Martin. This isn't Tiki Barber.
No, this is from the Mike.
Current?
No, this is from the Mike in the Morning days.
Mike in the Morning.
And he's clearly sideways with a reporter who made some report about some player retiring. I couldn't even figure out which player it was, but Francesa didn't like his report, didn't believe it, and really pressed this reporter. This might be the most New York soundbite of all time.
When I say it a certain way, I say it a certain way for a reason. How people take it and interpret it. I mean, how many times have you run into that?
Well, then don't back off. Then stand by your guns and say, I think the man's retiring. Don't say I don't know what he's going to do, because that makes you look like a clown.
Mike, you're the one.
Then
right
be
now
a big boy and stand by your guns. That's all.
I'm standing by my guns.
Well, that is, you think he's going to retire.
Say what I reported. That's what I reported. You can either take it or not. I don't care.
Okay, fine. Like I asked you, is he going to retire or not?
I don't know.
Well, that's why you're a clown. Bye. Because you don't even have the guts to stand by your story.
Gosh.
We're back after this.
Gotta take a break. Gotta take a break. So mad.
Maybe it was Brett Favre. It might have been like Brett Favre with the Jets or something. But, yeah, furious. Called him a clown.
Doug, sometimes things just pop up in my algorithm. Now, this popped up in Jackson's algorithm. I haven't heard this clip. Now, what do we got going on here? This is regarding Ahmad Hardy and not playing per Cole Thompson. He's a Houston radio host, and he's also on the SEC Unfiltered podcast. Who's on SEC Unfiltered?
So it's I believe technically the name of it is Chewing Clock.
Chewing Clock,
which is in the SEC Unfiltered.
Hey, we usually do that in the 10 o'clock hour,
right? SEC Unfiltered podcast network. And Cole Thompson, who's on the podcast, I went to his Twitter account. He has described himself as a Houston radio host and co-host of this Chewing Clock podcast. Yep. And he claims to have a source inside an SEC coaching staff, did not divulge which one, about the status of Ahmad Hardy for 2026.
Cole, what if Ahmad Hardy doesn't touch the field this season? Or if he does, what if he is a shell of his former self? Now, you might be wondering and asking yourself, Chris, where in the world is this coming from? And we're not necessarily in the breaking news business most of the time, and that's not what I'm doing here. But I do feel inclined to tell you what I've heard as recently as this week. And I talked to somebody on an SEC staff. I won't say who or what team, but let me just say, without going into great detail, there is a lot of skepticism and even a belief that he will not play this season. To a point to where I was told it is an opponent that Missouri has near the halfway point of the season, and the head coach of that football team told him, we will not be seeing Ahmad. So I just, again, Not sitting here saying you certainly won't. We heard what Drinkwitz said at SEC Media Days, but what if? Because we all don't know what the recovery is like from a gunshot wound and exactly what that entailed. What if Ahmad Hardy does not play? Jamal Roberts lead this team on the ground. Certainly great player. Third in the conference last year in yards per carry, but Ahmad Hardy's Ahmad Hardy for a reason. Or if Ahmad Hardy does play, what if he's a step or two slower than we're used to and he's just not the same player? So just something to keep an eye on. I'm not saying and I hope that that's not the case, but very interesting what I was told over the weekend. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so kind of like we could deduce who Tony La Russa was talking about, Matt Carpenter. I think we can deduce who Cole Thompson's talking about. Jackson, I'll give it to you because you are a true son.
Someone on the Ole Miss staff?
No. This guy's based in Houston.
Well, I was saying A&M-ish.
Mike Elko.
Texas.
Yeah.
Mike Elko. Yeah, Texas is toward the tail end of the season. A&M's right smack dab in the middle of the season. So, Cole Thompson. Doug, I typed in Cole Thompson because I was not familiar with his work. Cole Thompson, Houston, and it pulled up a gastroenterologist.
And also,
looks like he does great work. Highly rated 5 stars.
The person that was speaking there is, I listened to that podcast during the season. That is the other host, Chris Phillips. I don't know if that changes.
Well, they're both. I thought Cole Thompson was the one with the report.
The guy that spoke in most of it is Chris.
I don't know who has
Are either one of them standing by their guns that he may or may not play?
Where's Francesa to tell him?
So that was the other guy. Was Chris?
Correct. Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered.
And what is Chris Phillips' background chairman?
That I'm not sure.
Is he a gastroenterologist in Houston?
He does a ton of SEC stuff. I know he has like an SEC college baseball podcast, but outside of that world, I don't know what else he's...
How about the gastro just butt out of the whole thing and leave it to the orthopedist?
But here's my question. Whether it's somebody on a staff or a head coach for an opponent, is somebody at Mizzou going around and saying, oh, he's not going to play, he's not going to play? I mean, I guess that's possible.
They're certainly using him in a lot of promo. Like they put out that video with the Travis Scott Odyssey narration.
Doug, did you hear the video with the Travis Scott Odyssey?
I would think it's
Hardy's riding a horse at the end of it.
Or what if you're the ultimate sandbagger, too, and you're like Mizzou assistants telling your buddies on other staffs, yeah, well, he's not playing.
That could be some gamesmanship
going on.
I don't know how anyone could possibly know because some people recover remarkably quickly and some don't.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I'm not questioning the report. We're not calling him a clown. We're not hanging up and going to a break like the Pope. But I think it would have more veracity if it's somebody I know on the Mizzou staff, I won't name him, is saying they're concerned or they're skeptical. An opposing staff just saying, oh, I don't know, I don't think he's going to play. Now, it could be told that by a friend on the staff at Mizzou.
I don't think you take it as gospel, but I think it's one of the few reports we have outside of what we heard from Eli Drinkwitz at SEC Media
I would be shocked if Ahmad Hardy, Eli Drinkwitz, and the Missouri training staff did not have a real good idea as to whether or not, number one, he's playing against UAPB, number two, he's playing against a month later, the opener of the SEC in Starkville on September 26th. And then number three, if the answer to both of those is no, whether he's playing at all in 2026. Now, I understand how we don't know, but I would imagine they have a really good grasp on that. Now, I, perhaps incorrectly, I don't know, because I was under the impression this gentleman was in Houston, but maybe that guy was on the show, but that wasn't the person reporting it. I still am not clear. But then it would be Mike Elko. And either way, whether it be John Summerall and his pedicures in Gainesville, or Mike Elko, or Pete Gorling in Oxford, those would be the teams from the SEC that they would be playing at the midpoint of the season.
Chris Phillips, the founder of SEC Unfiltered, is based in Nashville.
Missouri does not take on Clark Lee's bunch this year. Right. Anchor down. Another story that came out, because we got some good Brett Bielema stuff from Media Days yesterday at the Big Ten, is, Missouri's supposed to play Illinois next year. Mm-hmm. In addition to 9 SEC games, and of course Illinois, and 9 Big Ten games. The Colonel reporting the conversation yesterday was what the status of that game is, and considering it's about 13 months away, they haven't determined where they're going to play it. How about that? It's a neutral site game. Gabe DeArmond reporting. The site for that game is still TBD. I'm hearing some talk that it will not be in St. Louis. Not sure which campus it would be on in 27, but Mizzou does have 5 SEC road games that season and is supposed to play at San Diego State, a game I fully expect to be bought out or moved, but haven't heard anything official on it yet. Illinois has 5 Big Ten home games next year. Seems to me if Mizzou could host the first one, that would make sense on both sides, but I don't know anything yet at this point. So if they aren't going to play it in St. Louis, then perhaps it goes to Columbia.
Right. It's a 3-game series, so in theory you could go Columbia, Champaign, neutral site for the third, and kick it down the line if you don't want to try to logistically schedule some neutral site for next year.
I would love to see him play here, but I think Mizzou's done all this work on the stadium. They got that stadium look like a first-rate place. It seems like the games ought to be there.
I like the idea of a home, and the neutral site.
Where's the neutral site, bro?
St. Louis, ideally.
What stadium?
What did it Bush?
Wherever. SLU High.
Dome out of the question now?
Well,
it shined bright like a diamond during the Memphis game.
Sure did.
You had 2 different sets of numbers on the field.
But they've redone that,
awesome.
though, right? They got a new playing surface.
Yeah. Dome would be...
But it'd be an early season game, so Bush could be in play.
But then you're in a situation where do the Cardinals want...
Well, there's a good chance there won't be a baseball season next year. So,
so maybe they'll be super on board with it.
Right. You pick. But when would you like to play the game?
I'm going off my memory, but if my memory is correct, it's not a 3 consecutive year series. I think there's some gaps in between. So I think you might have some time if you want the neutral site game to be the final game. So maybe by that time, the city of St. Louis has an NBA team and an NFL team back.
Oh, okay.
And then
I like that.
We're booming. Or have in Chicago.
Metro booming. The Missouri non-conference schedule next year. Doug, boy, this is fun. Big Land of Lincoln year. They will be taking on the Illinois State Redbirds in Faurot Field on September 4th. On Saturday, September 11th, they're supposed to be at San Diego State at Snapdragon Stadium. And then on October 2nd, the Florida Atlantic Owls come a-calling to Columbia.
Nice. That's a rough road.
Is that the one that has the campus by the
where there are no students?
Yeah.
Now you got the road schedule for the SEC. Missouri will head to Alabama. They will head to LSU. They will head to Oklahoma. They will head to Texas A&M.
Well, they're going to need that FAU game, aren't they?
So that FAU game, maybe you want to downsize a little bit. See if Fontenot can throw a squad together.
I didn't think the opponents were out. Is that accurate? The opponents are already out? I'm at FBSschedules.com, which is what we used for years for the schedule. You're at Alabama, you're at LSU, you're at Oklahoma, you're at Texas A&M. Holy Mary Mother of God.
Maybe there'll be a lockout or something and we'll have to play all that.
Oh, wow. They're also at your guy Shane Beamer, although he might not be there.
Based on that 4-game road stretch, I don't mean Drink might not be there. They got to go through, Jesus, they got to play at Bama, at LSU, which will be at night, at the 12th man. Jesus.
Holy crap.
At Oklahoma. Oh, Lord.
And don't forget about Snapdragon Stadium, Doug.
The Aztecs.
Nobody walks in and leaves there unscathed.
The Aztecs I'm not as worried about.
Stephen Time, who has been very vocal about shorting the Eli Drinkwitz market, says Eli ain't getting an extension this year or next year, it appears.
He won't need an extension. You can't extend the guy for 20 years.
Was San Diego State the Mo Miracle?
Yeah.
That's right.
So they
2010. We're live at McGregor's. Is that audio available, Jackson?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Oh, wow. Martin, this is 2010. I don't know if you've gotten to this season of TMA yet, but there was a live broadcast from a San Diego cocktail lounge called McGregor's.
Didn't he declare the win a little early? Is that what happened?
And you can hear the gentleman saying the San Diego State Aztecs have just stunned Missouri. I think Missouri was ranked at the time. They eventually would beat number 1 Oklahoma about a month later. And he proclaimed victory with a stunning touchdown. And then as TJ Moe ran down the sideline for the game-winning touchdown, the host of the program was accosted by somebody in the bar for speaking too soon. Yeah, it was very unfortunate. You can hear a gentleman screaming as it goes on.
I'm working on pulling it up.
Jackson's working on pulling it up, Doug.
So
Don't
this would
worry
be a
about
great.
it.
That'd be a good time next year if the game goes through to get that reporter on. Just kind of a little follow up.
Yeah, he's probably 40 now, but we can look back on it. Doug.
He's probably in the real estate business or something.
Yeah. Probably about a $50 million net worth living in San Diego. But every year on this show, we make fun of him. You see how it works, Doug?
Right, because we got it good.
Thank you. Hey, St. Louis Appliance Discounters has always been known to have the lowest prices in town. Well, it just got better. Come by the Appliance Discounters outlet store located at 9425 Gravel in Afton. The store is filled with slightly dinged or dented close-out or one-of-a-kind appliances. And believe it or not, they're priced even lower than their 4 other showroom stores. Some items are priced more than 60% off than the competition. All come with a full factory warranty. And if you don't mind a small ding or dent, you'll save big. The outlet store is open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. and on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or shop the outlet store online at theappliancediscounters.com. I just got a refrigerator from theappliancediscounters.com, the Bradley family. Jackson has the audio, Martin. This is season 6 of TMA.
Here for the dailyaztec.com. We're here at McGregor's. The San Diego State Aztecs have just upset Missouri. There's a minute and a half left. Leon McFadden just intercepted NFL quarterback Blaine Gabbert. Now we got minute 47 left, but Missouri has 3 timeouts. It's all but over.
All but over.
Oh, my God.
Kind of how we felt when the Jets got that goal with a second left.
Uh-oh. Where's my girl at? Doug, it was her fault that San Diego State lost the game, and that guy had a couple of beverages, and he was going to give her the hot swat and the who's who.
Yeah, as someone who struggled through a live broadcast, I could tell he read the clock at minute 47 and said Mizzou has 3 timeouts left, and goes, oh, crap, that doesn't lead to them being out of it. He's like, it's all but over.
Yeah, he kind of couched it with it all but over. At first he said they've upset, and then it was all but over.
Yeah, and then he reveals
I
that minute 47 with 3 timeouts.
And they were taking on an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, Blaine Gabbert.
That game changed my leaving Mizzou games early behavior. I heard that go down on my walk to the car.
I was watching it at Fieldhouse. We had been at the game, then watching it at Fieldhouse. Jackson, if Missouri loses to Kansas this September, will you do a live reaction show? That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
Nope. No, I will not.
You're out of the live streaming business.
Not necessarily, but no, like what? I'm going to go live after they lose just to like sit there on the internet and sulk.
That's what Colonel does.
I'll probably just hang out with my friends.
But that's what Colonel does that, and we can't wait for his
And he
post-game
gets
show.
paid for that.
Why don't you do a super chat?
Yeah.
If I got paid for it, I'd be interested. But that I will be probably watching Gabe's post games, to be honest with you. But no, I won't be doing that, so sorry.
Okay.
And I don't think Missouri's going to lose to Kansas, so there's that too.
Guys, who will the Alabama coach be when we play them there? Thanks, that's from Starfish Street. Sounds like he's shorting the Kalen DeBoer market.
Well, Feinbaum's callers.
If anybody's interested in this, I'll put it out there. I don't know if this is really bold. I mean, back in the day it would be bold, but I don't think it's in 2026. An SEC coach will be fired by October, 10th, 12th.
12th, okay.
Anybody want
that? Let me look at the
See what let's book in Predictionary. We got to do a Predictionary update, too.
Where are we all on Hardy? We all said yes?
Everyone but Doug said yes, he'll play this season.
Doug, you shorted the market.
I said no, he won't play all season.
Correct.
And when did we ask? When did we ask the question?
Driving Miss Daisy.
When did we ask the
Who's
question?
at the door?
It was around the 14th.
Who's at the door? Oh, it's me. Did that happen to Driving Miss Daisy?
I just kind of felt like Doug had a senior moment. But although I have to say, I've had a few of these predictions. Like, did I really predict that?
Well, I just wondered.
Jackson's bookkeeping sometimes.
When were we asked the question?
Looks like around the 14th or 15th of July.
Not that far ago.
It was earlier than that, wasn't it?
That's what my reporting says.
And I said he wouldn't play all year?
The question was, Ahmad Hari to
Even
take
one
a snap.
That's all it
A
was.
snap for Missouri in
A
2026. Tim, yes. Martin, yes. Jackson, yes. Doug, no.
Okay.
And what if at the end of the year he didn't play all year and they just give him a ceremonial, they kneel down?
Yeah.
There's a snap.
Tim, I'd like to officially enter in my guess for the SEC coach fired on that exact weekend
Okay.
Brent Venables out at Oklahoma.
Wow.
If you look at their schedule,
Papers.
they play Michigan. That is in Ann Arbor on September 12th. They play at Georgia on the 26th. And then on October 10th, after a bye week, it's Texas, Oklahoma. And if they lose that one, 3 losses before mid-October, I think Venables is short haircut.
God, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense, but...
Well, there's so many teams now, 16 teams. A couple teams are going to get off to horrible starts.
And that's my reasoning.
All it takes is one to pull the trigger
because
early.
they're playing each other, someone has to... I mean, this is really easy to do. The problem is the fan bases of, I don't know, 75% of the SEC teams have expectations based on history that is a blue blood history or a blue blood history from a couple decades ago. Jackson, I'm talking to your guys in Knoxville. And when they're playing each other, they have to lose. And so they're raging, feeling like the guy let them down. Well, this is just kind of the nature of the beast, especially in a 9-game conference schedule. And some are still doing what Texas is doing with Ohio State, what Oklahoma is doing with Michigan. Roll Todd's taking on Florida State. I know that looks a lot different now than it did a few years ago, but who knows what Mike Norvell is going to do this year. Certainly he's either going to be out of a job or he's going to turn that thing around. There's no in between for him. So inevitably, when I look at the schedules of these teams, it's like inevitably a big-time team that has national championship expectations is going to have 3 losses by that weekend in the SEC. And with our friends on the Twitter tweets and the message boards, reason goes by the wayside. Big money guys oftentimes are involved in those message boards. They see the anger. They say they're going to pull their money if you don't fire the guy, but they will give you a couple $1 million towards the buyout to go get so-and-so in the offseason. And that is why we see these kind of carnage coaching cycles. So October 12th is my date, and I'm betting. Who wants it? Who wants it?
I'm going to say no.
Yes, all right. How much are we putting down?
I think there's just too many new coaches who aren't getting fired, and then there's too many coaches who
Papers went with Venables, who was kind of on the hot seat going into last year, but then got him in the playoffs.
I'm also shorting John Mateer as a quarterback for the Sooners.
Oh, wow. Papers.
But also, and
Boomer Sooner.
Michigan might be trash this year, too.
You don't like Kyle Whittingham and his motorcycle?
They could be bad, Who knows?
Could they be good?
Sure.
How about that take?
But you're playing in Ann Arbor in the second week of the season. I don't care how good Michigan is year by year. It's going to be a tough task.
Alan Dadeville, who loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Doug, watch this. Georgia. Okay. We could see 2 or 3 3-loss SEC teams in the playoffs. That's Alan Dadeville.
Yeah,
Alan Dadeville, if you're interested in that, Tam Avenue Capital Partners can knock on your door.
That's the thing is, like, we're going to be staring down the barrel of having to discuss which resume is better between a 3-loss SEC team and like a 1-loss Miami.
That's right.
Or a 1-loss Florida State, like one of these ACC schools. But the ACC
I'll tell you what we're talking about is Notre Dame and their schedule.
Well, I think because of what happened last year.
What, they get like to get invited like they missed out on the member guest lottery last year?
Well, I think if it's another like could they be in, could they not be in situation, I bet they would go in.
And that's because Eric in the Central West End says Marcus Freeman paints his hairline?
I don't know if it has anything to do with Marcus Freeman's hair, but I do think last year would come into play.
Where do you get the paint? Like Sherwin-Williams?
Probably not.
More like Walgreens, just at the shoe polish.
You ever got your shoes polished in one of those stands?
Not in a long time.
I don't even know where they have those. The airport doesn't even have them for real.
Matt Holliday's ear moth is not happy with me. Of course, that's Tim's take coming from the bottom feeders of the SEC.
Huh?
It's like I don't know. Like a Mizzou shot, kind of.
I don't think Drinkwitz will be fired by October 12th, I'll tell you that much.
Well, I think there's too many established, like Kirby Smart's not getting fired.
No.
And Lane Kiffin's not, and then there's all the new guys. I
think Sarkisian
probably will say. Let me ask y'all this, all y'all hoes. If we were sitting here doing the program on July 29th last year and I would have told you Brian Kelly would be out by mid-October, how would that have sounded to you?
I would have bought it.
Okay.
I would have bought
Revisionist history.
Ho.
Revisionist history, ho.
Well, I just would have bought it because I think I would have bought it because I think he's a clown.
Is that because he grinds on recruits?
Yeah, I thought all of it. Like I thought that, and I know the LSU fan base is tumultuous. Like that's what you got.
As opposed to the other SEC fan bases, which enjoy logic and reason.
Well, no, but there's some that like kind of understand the situation they're in, the Mississippi States of the world.
Right, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Right, I get what you're saying, but in term like there is tiers to the SEC where like winning immediately is like the thing. But other ones where like even like Missouri, I would say, is like towards the mid tier where it's like you got to give it a little bit of time. South Carolina, you got to give it a little bit of time. Ole Miss for a period, it was like you got to give it a little time. Nowadays, things have changed in terms of like the Ole Miss of the world and maybe South Carolina.
But how about a further workshop of this topic? Can I put a category called safe all season for SEC
Kirby
coaches?
Smart!
Okay. Sarkisian, safe all season?
Yeah, I would say yes. I think Texas is going to be really good.
Kalen DeBoer, not quite in that group.
The reason why Kalen DeBoer should be is because when you look at SEC schedules, again, it looks brutal, but comparatively speaking, Alabama's is favorable, especially to the start to the season. Of course, it can work the other way because it is favorable, and if you stumble because they've got East Carolina at Lexington, at home against Florida State, you would think you'd be 3-0. If you lose any of those three, you got a problem. Then you're at home against Beamer. Beamer, to me, is one to keep an eye on. Their schedule also is favorable, but they do have Alabama, as I made reference to, at Mississippi State. But then they take on Georgia, at Tennessee, at A&M, at LSU. So it goes real quick for Kalen DeBoer. But it works the other way. That means Kirby Smart or Kalen DeBoer is losing on October 10th. Kalen DeBoer, Josh Heupel's losing on October 17th. Kalen DeBoer, Mike Elko's losing on October 24th. And Kalen DeBoer, Lane Kiffin's losing on October 7th. Which means Eli Drinkwitz and Steve Sarkisian is one of those two is losing on September 7th. And that's my premise, is that it used to be a birthright in the SEC for many of these programs that you were going 10-2, and the idea of 9-3 or God forbid 8-4 means you are a clown, you must be terminated. And the byproduct of these new schedules is expectations will not match reality, and that will lead to an already illogical element becoming absolutely bat crap over the next 3 months. And it will entertain the hell out of me. I just don't know which one it's going to be.
But I would think Elko's safe no matter what.
All the first-year guys are safe.
And then you got 4 first years, right?
All the first-year guys are safe.
So it's going to come down to Heupel, Beamer, and then your Venables is a good sleeper pick.
Venables, I would say.
Where pressure or the expectation may be outside.
Yeah, I think Clark Lee's safe for the whole season.
Hey, how does the world change around here if things don't go well in Lawrence, Kansas on a Friday night?
Yeah, certainly the outlook changes completely.
Okay, well, these things are realistic. I don't look at September as like, oh, that's automatic.
Right. No, certainly not.
And that's not a shot at Missouri. I'm a Missouri fan. But you got to go to Lawrence, Kansas, where that's the biggest thing going. And you got to go to Starkville, Mississippi, where a team that was a snap away from advancing to the Final Four in the college football playoff loss last September. Arizona State's who I'm talking about. So this stuff isn't guaranteed.
How funny would it be if Lane Kiffin has a really bad start to a high expectation team, and then this whole...
Oh, my God. Well, he just got sued yesterday, and some of his former players were sued by Ole Miss. I don't know if you boys saw that, for breach of contract. And for the record, he's got Clemson, Louisiana Tech, the famed September 19th Ole Miss game, and then Texas A&M before he even gets to October. Clemson, Ole Miss, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Which means Dabo Swinney or Lane Kiffin have a loss on September 6th or 5th. Pete Golding or Lane Kiffin have a loss on September 19th. Mike Elko or Lane Kiffin have a loss on September 26th.
Yeah. Dabo, I don't know that situation.
So, Martin, tell me what we're betting, and we're betting it. Watch this.
All right.
Bet.
Do I have $10 with you papers? What's that on? Somebody hitting 300 or something, or not hitting?
I don't remember at all.
This predictionary bookkeeping is getting called into question.
We had something recently.
It was one of the minor leaguers coming up.
Baez?
Oh, you said he would hit under 200, I think.
I don't think it was Jackson. I think it was a texter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you weren't even here. Maybe you were sick. I believe I bet a texter. They said he would hit less than 200.
Okay.
Bias.
Yeah.
No matter how many at-bats he
Didn't he won like 100 plate appearances or something?
And then they qualified.
Yeah,
That's
right.
what it was.
And I think it went away after that.
All right, Tim and I, how about just a clean $20 bet?
$20 bet, book it, Jackson.
And
you get to collect 10% VIG.
An SEC coach
is by October 12th.
You say no, you say yes.
Yeah, and so he's got till midnight on October 12th.
Okay.
Booked. Doug, watch this. Bet.
I see that, yeah.
If the stars align, Drink fills the vacancy in the SEC that will be created on October 12th. I want Drink sent to Lewis and Clark Junior College. He is the biggest facade ever in college football. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, who said Sam Horn would be the starter. last year. And, Doug, maybe he was right.
I'm not ruling it out.
Martin's not ruling it out.
Drinkwitz he's signed through 2031. They owe him $64.5 million still. I don't think Mizzou is going to do anything. They're not going to eat any of that money and fire him early. He's probably safe for a while. I think he could have a couple of really horrible years and still be okay.
I don't know about a couple. I think one bad year. I think a real bad year this year, and that seed is red hot.
What if he gets
August
some
of next
more
year.
Kansas jokes? Does that help?
That would, that would certainly help heal the wound, but wouldn't fix it.
Steven Time says Drink's going to make a really good ESPN in-studio analyst in 3 years. Steven Time is real. Steven Time and Orson with Wacko are heavy on the shorting of the Missouri program here in 2026.
Well, it looks like the 27th schedule could be the
sweet mother of mercy.
The issue.
Yeah,
I guess maybe they do. So you don't play next year. You play the teams that you didn't play this year. That's what they're doing now with the SEC
I think
schedule.
so.
I just feel like it could all get blown up this year. You know what I mean?
Right.
They change everything so
They could go
quickly.
back to divisions by the time they come back next year.
But do you think Mizzou would give him $30 or $40 million to walk away?
Yeah.
I don't.
If they felt enough pressure from boosters.
If the boosters come up with the money to pay that.
Well, the boosters would be, right. If they're like, not only do we want him out, we want willing to pay it.
That's a big if they're willing to pay.
I don't know. But because
then you're going to have to pay someone else to come take the spot.
Right. And it also depends on who he's going to have recruitment-wise coming in, I would say for our guy Dennis Gates, that is like a big thing helping him in his current situation is that they really like the recruits he's bringing in.
Yeah. Easier to tell that in basketball and football.
Yeah.
Old Piss will be back in the bottom third of the league by next year. That's from former president and Gravois resident Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Pete Golding's an interesting one because he was obviously thrust into the position. So I don't know what kind of leash you give a guy like that, especially coming off a college football playoff berth last year.
Hey, guys, we're trying. Hail State. That's from Hail State Mike.
Okay.
So that's their motto, Martin, in Starkville. We are trying.
Didn't Yoda say there is no try?
Jackson, you love Star Wars?
Yoda said that?
Yeah. Said there is
try,
no
there
try.
is no.
Try, there is no right.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to be
Went
okay when
backwards.
KU becomes better than Mizzou inevitably? I'm going to give it 3 years. That's from the 314.
Oh, I've heard that conversation for so many years. Well, here comes Kansas football. Built this whole new stadium. Lance Leopold, 7-6. So consider me not impressed.
Go to hell, Ole Miss! That's from Hail State Mike, and he is now getting really active in the texting box. Oh. The Time Brothers have a contentious dinner table. I would bounce on it for Drinkwitz. That's from Ed Time. So Steven Time and Ed Time are sideways, Doug, just kind of like Ulysses S. Grant is sideways with Ole Miss. And you don't know. I mean, you would think it has something to do with the Civil War, but, maybe it has something to do with, not being a big fan of Hail State. I don't know what the deal is.
One of the Times is big on Texas, I believe.
Ed Time?
I get them all
Steven
mixed up.
Time. Yeah,
Steven's
brothers.
more active than Ed.
Do or do not, there is no try. That's what Yoda said, Sharon and Clayton. Doug, Sharon and Clayton love Star Wars.
See?
Nice.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up on the program. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Mark, could you tell people about Michael's Bath because they did wonderful work for you?
Absolutely. Michael's Bath came to the home. We showed them the kids' bathroom and said, it's a disaster. What are the options? And then they start giving you all these different options, and it is more reasonably priced than you would think. I think a lot of folks are afraid to even just have that conversation. And all you need to know is that Michael's Bath does only bath renovations. That's it. They don't do kitchens. That's it. Just baths. michaelsbath.com or call for a free consultation. 636-775-0800. Michael's been doing this for over 30 years. All the reviews are 5-star. His daughter, Michelle, the one who's answering the phone. So family owned and operated. They do great work. It's unbelievable. The process from drawing up the plan. And in fact, the person you meet with is a former installer. So they know exactly what they're talking about. It's not a salesperson. That's a former installer. They can explain it to you Whether you just want to rip out that old tub, put in a new shower, they do a lot of tub-to-shower conversions, but also a full remodel. And boy, when you do that, it makes the whole house feel new again. Find out more at michaelsbaths.com. And if you're in the 101 ESPN listening area, they will come and meet with you for free. 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. Trust me, it makes a huge difference in your house when you get that bathroom redone with Michael's Baths.
There it is, Michael's Baths. A wonderful place to check out if you are looking at redoing your home's bathrooms. Take a break, come back with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today here on TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, which version do you like better? And Martin, you need to hear this actually because you haven't heard it. This version of Navy Caps on the Road or the one that Chairman Kurt created for the TMA University College Football 27 game. That is the official school fight song. Wait till you hear the TMA band and the song that they perform from the stands on TMA University's campus.
Hold on. So there's a TMA University that Kurt's created.
Right.
And then there's a TMA University band.
That's exactly right.
I'm starting to worry that Kurt doesn't get out enough.
That's been a theme in the text inbox, but take a listen to this.
Band coming out on the field. About out of the runway now. Crowd's pumped up and they're ready to go. Cheerleaders doing backflips. Guy with a huge TMA flag.
I have to tell you, I think I like the second one better. That's no disrespect to the first one. That's no disrespect to the first one's beautiful.
1 and 1A.
Amen. But I really like that second one.
Yeah.
That's the jam.
You can just imagine the crowd going nuts. Giant flags being waved, TMA.
And Banty Roosters.
Season 2 is going to be so hype.
Have you started season 2?
Yeah, last night.
Oh, really?
Gosh.
Who did you play?
Mo State.
Missouri State?
We need to get our feet underneath us after that loss.
You lost to Missouri State?
No. The loss in the national championship.
Oh, the night before.
The year prior.
Right.
We wanted a cupcake to get things going.
62-0?
No. A little closer. 38-30.
I love that.
Gosh. Now I'm worried.
The defense
Talk
is
about hot seat.
The defense is a problem. I benched Strode for Dotem.
Controversial
Kurt,
move.
I'm worried about you.
I'm fine, Martin. I got plans later on.
Okay.
Oh, really? What do you got going on?
Just some stuff.
Wow, Doug. I haven't had stuff in like 20 years.
No.
Give me your fucking feet. So aggressive. So what's Papers? What's your position on this squad?
I think tailback, right?
Starting. Yeah.
Jitterbugging.
Which would truly be the position I would be the worst at in football. Not to say I'd be good at any position. I would be bad at all of them.
Holder? You could hold a field goal.
I don't
Maybe a lanky receiver. Maybe a...
I got no speed.
Well, you're just going over the middle. Third and
Over the middle?
3.
That's what we
you
have
get lit up.
That's what we have Mr. Licks for.
I enjoy my ribs intact.
I'd say holder. Yeah, be the placeholder.
But then usually you have to like punt or do something else. You know, they have a lot of guys just who specialize in holding. Shout out to my boy Jack Fox, one of the best punchers in the league, and holder.
Well, what's everyone's... Kurt, what is my position on this fake team?
You have graduated.
Oh,
Yeah.
Senior. Well, I'll appeal that.
Aged out.
Hey, yeah, you'll chambliss your way back there.
If you can get a Missouri judge to grant you a year, I can get you back.
Nice.
Judge Reindorf.
Doug's a specimen at tight end. All 3 Vaughn brothers in the secondary.
Yep.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Squad.
Kind of like the McCourties.
If you would have watched the other night, actually, John returned a kickoff for a touchdown last night.
Oh, is that right?
He's fast.
Huh.
What the hell's going on?
Very accurate.
Check your phone, Martin.
All right.
Doug Warsowitz Wacko has gone through Missouri's schedule. Mississippi State, loss. Florida, loss. A&M, loss. Ole Miss, loss. Pig Suey, win. Texas, loss. I have no idea how, after all that, they go to Athens and win, but that's what he's got. Missouri winning in Georgia. Kentucky win, and Boomer Sooner loss. So he's got Missouri losing 5 games in the SEC, but winning at Athens.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Losing to Mississippi State, beating Georgia.
Right.
Maybe Simmons gets his feet under him a little more.
Missouri State's been trying to play that school in Columbia in any sport since I was there in the early 90s. Our affiliation with Conference USA might finally help. It's from the 3-4.
They played in 2017. Missouri beat that ass.
Wasn't that the high-scoring game we looked up?
Yeah, it actually was pretty close.
Unfortunately, we scored 65. They scored 45.
Yeah.
That's right.
But they did play in 2017.
They should play him every year.
Mo State? With only 3 non-conference games, you want to use one on Mo State every year?
Do we need to play Arkansas Pine Bluff?
Yeah. About damn time we take their measure.
That should be Missouri State. And the Troy game should be Southeast Missouri State. There, fixed it.
Drink hasn't beaten a ranked team in 2 years. It's in the 5-7-3. He's not happy, and he's in the 5-7-3.
Everyone's upset.
Hey, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And deedly. And deedly.
Where's the music?
Relax.
Mark Weatherby from Mark's Mulch and Bra here to tell you about the podcast that saved my life. Podcasters Anonymous is a support podcast for people who keep starting podcasts nobody asked for. Hold on a second. There's a help group for people starting podcasts that nobody asked for?
Hello, my name is Jackson. I'm a podcast addict.
Does anybody ask for any podcast to be done?
I'm sure there's some people out there.
Bro, you need to do a podcast.
I asked for a long time for Chris Long to do a podcast, and he started one.
You did?
Yeah.
Really?
Killing it, right, girl? You be killing them.
Yeah, they do
you
too
be
much.
Killing them.
For me, I'm not going to sit here and judge other people's content. It's too much hardcore NFL stuff for me now. It didn't used to be like that. It used to be a real hangout, goof off pod, and now it's like
that's kind of surprising.
Really intense, like NFL breakdowns. They still do some goofing off, but even then, it's like centered around the NFL, and I just have so little interest in that.
So, every day, friends and family watch helplessly as loved ones say, "This one's different," before launching yet another show featuring the exact same four voices discussing the exact same events from a slightly different angle. Maybe your loved one started with a radio show, and then a podcast about a radio show, and then a Patreon replaying audio from 1998 after DMing Swope to see if he happened to save it on a zip disk.
Zip disk.
And he did.
Then a podcast reviewing the podcast about the radio show. At some point, it stops being content and starts looking like a Ponzi scheme built entirely out of RSS feeds. Common warning signs include saying Papo 17 times. Because you've mistaken an acronym for entertainment. Being on a podcast with several other guys who have podcasts about this podcast. Creating a movie podcast, 3 side podcasts, 6 bonus podcasts, and a premium tier where Jake Reynolds can access podcasts that clip farm other podcasts. Recovery begins with one simple admission. Just because you're saying nothing to nobody and it's going nowhere doesn't mean you have a podcast. Our 12-step program via podcast teaches participants that not every passing thought deserves a feed, a Patreon tier, and matching cover art. Better ingredients, better mulch, Mark's Mulch and Bra.
Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium.
Seems like the taglines are always mulch-centered, and I feel bad for the bra department.
It's like he's stealing other people's tags.
What is that called? Better ingredients? What am I saying?
Papa John's.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Sometimes
I think of Mark's Mulch and Bra.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Sup, sluts? Tried to go see Young Vaughn in theaters yesterday, but it was sold out all over town. What is Young Vaughn, you ask? It's the story of a young congressman, Doug Vaughn, from the great state of Missouri, from his early days on Capitol Hill. One scene I'm looking forward to is when Representative Doug got All the Stepdads Are Sexy Act, also known as the ASS Act, passed through Congress. With the Vianney father-son dance in mind, the ASS Act mandated that all stepdads go on a minimum of 1 date with their stepsons every 6 months. Young Doug was overjoyed when Speaker of the House Martin brought the gavel down. He started bouncing on all fours in positions only found in the Sinai Desert, screaming, "Who's a good boy pig? That's right, Dougie is." He grabs his congressional stationery and scribbles "Take me" on a Post-it note, pulls down his britches and slaps the sticker right on his... Wow, this is vivid.
All right, that's enough.
Speaker Martin tries to bring order to the chamber, but young Vaughn is insatiated. Congressman Vaughn went on to have an illustrious career, eventually becoming a senator, serving from 1969 to 2018, when he was primaried by a pale mouthguard-wearing Maoist virgin from Olivet. Maoist. So specific. You know what they say, the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average Hoosier. God bless America. If the Cardinals don't start winning, I'm going to need to move in with one of you guys. That's Jugs in D.C., Doug. Okay. You might remember he was betting everything he had on the Cardinals making the playoffs, and he's a little concerned.
All right. Jugs in D.C. I was close to getting the appliance discount or suspension logule out, but I'm going to let it go.
Hey, scallywags. I'm sitting here on my family vacation at Disney enjoying some morning coffee. And while I'm sitting here, I have to hear Comrade Burkett get upset at a caller for calling him out on his political values and his love for woke movie garbage. I found this very interesting since this lazy to pay wear sad can't get off his lazy ass to fix the damn skeleton, and I'm tired of it. Naked and Afraid, that's Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Horrible email.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Morning, fellas. Why do all of Iggy's gay fantasies involve men with 3 names? Billy Joe Armstrong, Jonathan Rhys Meyers. It seems like a trend worth exploring. Tim, the guy from Normandy you golfed with at Belle Reve, was it Pat Aubuchon? Books are better than audiobooks, but audiobooks are better than no books. While you may not have read Cancel Me If You Can, you did consume it. Jackson, baby, your instinct to hunt deer with a bow and arrow versus a gun to give the deer a fighting chance is what outdoorsmen referred to as a fair chase. Well, that's the Tudors in a nutshell. Dingle My Berries, president of the Dirty D fan club, Michael Doug. Is it Michael Schoen? Michael Shoney?
I don't know who it is.
Michael Shaney?
I don't know who it is.
Schone.
Shane?
That was kind of like a Bernie's Bits.
It kind of was just random thoughts here and there, bouncing around. What was the guy's name again?
Michael Shoney?
Michael Shoney. Shaney.
Probably Shane. I'm going to guess Shane.
Do you remember Shane?
Doug, can you have a friend in the diamond business?
Now you have a friend in the diamond business.
Okay, open up the nasal passages and try that again.
Brick tops.
You do a spot? What if probably do a spot for Shane?
I believe we should be welcoming door-to-door salesmen. I always try to let them do their job and hear them out. In fact, just the other week, an older gentleman came to my house trying to sell tornado helmets.
Oh, I'd buy.
He had a nice demeanor, so I let him in. He gave me his pitch while I was finishing up making a veggie tray for a party the following day. He looked parched, so I offered him a glass of my finest barefoot Cabernet. 1 glass led to 2, and then 3, and by the end, we were lathering each other in ranch dressing and using our little liquors to clean each other. I ended up purchasing a pallet of tornado helmets, and he said when the shipment comes in that he would personally deliver them. He also said I could have my cucumber back at that time, but that it might be pickled by then. Doug, that's from the Tin Man.
The Tin Man.
How much ranch dressing would you need to completely submerge 2 men?
Flip that off.
I mean, you'd have to have a Costco-sized bucket of it.
But if a storm was brewing, you'd buy a tornado helmet from a door-to-door salesman, wouldn't you?
Do it without covering myself in ranch dressing.
Yeah, the two are mutually exclusive. Hello, gents. In lieu of sending in a shirtless picture of my wife and me to seduce Doug, I wanted to share my appreciation for Movie Boy. You do a tremendous job with the program, Jackson. Thanks. And I hope you continue to churn out episodes. I look forward to listening every week and getting movie recommendations from both you and sweet, sweet Gareth. Yeah. Thanks. That's from Bobby Greenback. How about
nice.
Now we're
that?
Yeah.
That's a great email.
Back in the win column.
There it is.
Great email.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's 10:16. Martin, you come back from vacation and you get hit with 16 minutes in onboarding. That's not good.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the dossier, and it says we should be in Papers, Bags of Tricks right now, but we're not. Clearly.
Will these be minutes billed?
Should be.
Build minutes.
We'll announce the winner coming up at 10:55 after our vote. Then we'll head down the hallway for After the Morning After. I've got Spread Zone today with Riz and Anthony Stalter. Doug will get you ready for the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit. What do you think?
Can't wait for that one.
Yep.
I think, whoever, I don't even know what sport we're talking about. Is this golf? Whoever sinks the putts, that's who I like.
Well, as you know, Aldrich Potgieter is the defending champion, and he can bomb it.
Yeah, well, I don't care what he bombs.
Don't spoil Spread Zone because you're going to be giving picks later.
The picks are coming up here.
Okay.
Catch that on the TMA STL YouTube channel. All right, Martin's headed onboarding. We're headed to the 10 o'clock hour, even though it's already 10:17. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Cubs tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Dustin May towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was in their Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chair McKernan slides into the dais when Martin goes to onboarding. Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal Puff. With you here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, and the program presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the Morning After, and Brown & Crouppen is local, founded here in St. Louis in 1979. To the insurance company, you're just a claim number. To your team at Brown & Crouppen, you are a person with a name that Brown & Crouppen cares about and will fight for. And don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? It's Brown & Crouppen, a part of the St. Louis community. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Doug, did you see this from Jeff Jones yesterday on his Twitter tweets?
Must not have, no.
Here you go. Quotes Mason Wynn. We could win every game for the rest of the year, and Chaim Bloom would still trade guys. That's Mason Wynn saying he's expecting the Cardinals to sell. His fellow young veteran leaders are somewhat more circumspect. They all agree they share responsibility in how the post-deadline looks. We could win every game for the rest of the year, and he would still trade guys.
I don't know about that bit of hyperbole, but I think he's definitely going to try to move some people. Saying he's going to trade people and actually having that happen, of course, are two different things. But I have no doubt that he's spent a lot of time on the phone right now trying to make things happen.
We want to see Dustin May have a nice night tonight, right?
Yeah, that would certainly be nice. I don't know if that'd be enough to save his reputation as a guy who would be valuable to a contender or not, because he has struggled at times here over the last month or so.
Can look really good and can look really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, we got a guy who was pretty as consistent as it gets, have a really bad outing. It kind of started with the first inning at bat that went 11 pitches and ended with a double as Mike McGreevy had a really rough one. And as he said in the postgame, you know what, if you'd have told me on the first day of the season that I wouldn't have a blow-up start until July 28th, I'd probably take it, but it still doesn't feel real good. He thought he had good stuff at the start of the game, striking out Pete Crow Armstrong, but then some problems popped up in that first inning as he went through an 11-pitch at bat that culminated with a 2-out, 2-run double, and then it got worse in the second inning. So now the Cardinals sit here a game below 500 and 2.5 games out of a wild card spot and 2.5 games out of last place.
Only 14 games behind the Brewers.
Yeah, they could get them.
So if they do indeed win all of the rest of their games, they could catch the Brew Crew.
Think about that.
Doug, always good to see you. It's better to look at you from behind.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
It's people giving you compliments, man.
Gosh. I don't want to be known as just a piece of meat.
Can't control what people see.
No, don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
So the Cardinals will take on the Cubs this evening and try to stop the skid Dustin May in what could very well be his final start as a Cardinal. Will be on the mound for the Redbirds as the Cubs surge. The Cardinals flounder here with the trade deadline fast approaching. For the record, the Cardinals are the favorites tonight, Doug. They're minus 110 if you're interested in wagering. That's up to you.
I was present at Dustin May's first start for the Cardinals against Tampa. That's Sunday against Tampa. And I will be present maybe for his last start.
But you will be at the game tonight, is what you're
I'll be
telling
at the
us.
game tonight. So if this is indeed his last start of the Cardinals, I will have seen both the bookends.
Well, that'll be emotional
and
for you, then.
and I was there for his best start for the Cardinals, where he had a perfect game going into the 6th.
Yeah.
So I've seen the ups, the downs, and everything in between. What does that say, Doug?
Well, that says you've watched a lot of Cardinal baseball.
Thanks, Doug.
He does seem to have a very high ceiling and yet a considerably low floor at times, too.
History of injury as well. I think that was what teams might be looking at, especially as he enters the back half of his career.
Can we get Rocchio on once a week to talk doggies, since you smooth brainers obviously can't? Thanks. Loves and hugs. I've got some The Veiled Prophet who wants Matt Rocchio to join us to talk about City SC, DBA, the doggies.
Did he say we were smooth brainers?
Smooth brainers, yes.
What does that mean?
Jackson?
That's what the kids call people who are being dumb, is that you're a smooth brain. Like you don't have the ridges in your brain that would help with complex thinking.
And what did Michael Jackson mean when he was talking about Smooth Criminal?
Great question.
Thank you.
Great question. He did that thing where he leans forward.
Yeah,
in that one.
What was that all about?
Might be my favorite of his dance moves, even over the moonwalk.
Wow.
I just don't know how he does it.
Is that the 83 Motown Awards? 83?
When he did the first moonwalk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That was dramatized in the film Michael.
We're smooth brainers. Huh. And the complex thoughts come from the ridges in your brain? Who knows?
I don't know. I don't know. I just know people call other people smooth brains and they're calling them dumb.
Okay.
You can call us dumb in the Form Energy YouTube chat, where friends gather and talk it over. That is the TMA STL YouTube channel, and we welcome you to participate in the program anytime you would like. You're also welcome to text in and, of course, call in here on the program. It is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. And Doug, we're going to have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. coming up here at about 10:55. You know anything about Design Air? That's Seth Goldcamp?
Sure. I think most of us on this show know a little something about Design Air. I know I've had them out to my house a few times. I know you guys have as well. It's because they just do fantastic work. If your air conditioner is not cranking out that cool air during the heat waves that we've been having this summer, Design Air is a name that you definitely need to know. It's been around a long, long time in St. Louis. The company started way back in 1904, before air conditioning was even a thing. But they are experts at air conditioning. They've got a great group of technicians who can come out and get you taken care of. They are home of the handsome repairmen, of course, including Larry the Silver Fox.
Yeah.
At Design Air, they believe in honest work. They're not going to come out and try to sell you something that you don't need. Maybe it's just a little tweak here or there, whether you're dealing with the oppressive heat or the bitter cold. They've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. They've also got that maintenance plan that you could sign up for, and they'll come out and make sure that your system is working great before the really heavy-duty weather hits. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904. And don't forget about old War Scoots. They call him Scott, but boy, when he gets angry, he becomes War Scoots, and he will get you taken care of in a real hurry. Design Air brings the heat.
Jackson, Brett Bielema spoke yesterday, and did he take a shot at the SEC? Did you take it as such?
I thought, it was a jab.
All right, here is ILL's head coach.
Okay.
I spent a couple of years in the SEC, was with Slive, and then transitioned to Sankey. And I just think about it now. Everybody's going to have opinions, and obviously they're going to draw the Big Ten, SEC, and all that goes around about that. But to sit in the room with both of those guys, I think with Tony and the vision and experience that he has, and to be in the room where Sankey, I know he's got to protect the SEC, and they kind of want to live in 2005 forever. But I think the forward thinking of where we are in college football is an awesome thing.
They want to live in 2005 forever.
Huh. I think where they are in college football right now is an awesome thing, too. I don't think the sport's ever been in better shape than it is now. It's crazy. I don't like the conferences being all scrambled up. But the money that's pouring in and the interest level nationwide, I think they've all got to be pretty happy with the way things are going.
Jackson, does that make you want to fight him because he took a shot at the SEC?
No, I don't care. I've said it many a time. I have no sort of conference allegiance or conference pride. I care about the Missouri Tigers. They could be playing in the SEC, Big 10, Big 12. Really care.
Yeah.
And your true son.
I don't like, but yeah, I don't feel like protective over the altar of the SEC.
Larry Thornton wasn't happy with it. He says 11-29 in the SEC. Keep crying. How about that?
Yeah, I mean that's like the easy thing to poke at is his lack of success at Arkansas, but I don't know. I like Brett Bielema.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti also spoke yesterday at the same spot where Brett Bielema was talking with regard to the criticism of the Big Ten's depth and how the fact that the SEC has the perception of more depth is inaccurate, and Big Ten in the national championships they've won the last 3 years are a byproduct of surviving the gauntlet of the Big Ten's depth.
You cannot send your top teams out into the CFP unless they've played and have them be successful, which we have been very successful if they're not going through a gauntlet in the regular season. This idea that the middle of our conference isn't hard is just not right. Like, at the end of the day, our teams are ready for the CFP. Our travel looks like the CFP travel. You're going all over the country. How we play, the difficulty in the road in the Big Ten, I just think that's overlooked. The reason why we've been so successful is our teams are prepared. When the best teams in any given season play each other, that's great. That prepares them. But you also get through a lot of really difficult games. You cannot just be ready to go play in the postseason after you think you've played something easy. It just doesn't happen. And so I think that's kind of something that gets overlooked in our league. We have a really difficult league. It's tough to win on the road in the Big Ten for even the best teams.
Well, I get what he's saying, but
there
I
are
think
some cupcakes.
Well, I just think it's because they have so many teams.
Yeah.
Like 18 teams, so many. Like, you look at Indiana's schedule next year, like, for sure, they have to go play Ohio State at home and then Michigan on the road the next week. That's tough. And then at Nebraska the week before. But before that, they play Northwestern at home and at Rutgers. Like, that's just
pretty
It does
easy.
not compare to
No.
something like the SEC.
Yeah.
Again, speaking to the fact that the top is incredible and having to go play those games is incredibly hard, maybe more difficult than the SEC, and the bottom is way weaker.
Worst team in the SEC, what do you say?
Mississippi State.
Okay. And here I am as a Missouri fan. And I think Missouri wins that game. And I haven't seen either team play, and I have no idea who's on Mississippi State, being completely transparent. I feel like that's a 60%er.
Yeah, 6 or 7 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And then how often is Indiana beating Purdue, Rutgers, Northwestern? I think 9 out of 10 times would be on the low end. So, but then again,
do you want to fight Tony Petitti?
No, because I get what he's
Right,
saying.
you're not fighting anybody, just so you know.
I get what he's saying. Not to mention, you're
Stop it, Jackson! It's from Hail State Mike.
What the hell
why
did I
won't
do?
you quit?
Because of Mississippi State.
Oh,
Hail State Mike is becoming a presence.
I'm sorry, it's not a personal shot at Mississippi State. I got no beef with them. The cowbell thing is a little not for me. But it's nothing personal.
Doug, gentleman just sent this in.
What is that?
Who has the strongest strength of schedule? The SEC. Why? Because they play a bunch of SEC teams. Well, how good are the SEC teams? Really good, because they play a bunch of SEC teams. Well, how do you know if SEC teams are good or better than the teams from the other conferences? They are better because they play a lot more SEC teams than the other conferences.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. Like the death loop of that.
Mm-hmm.
But the extra game of the SEC scheduling now makes it harder for the SEC to showcase themselves against non-conference opponents.
Doug, we have Egg Bowl warfare breaking out in our Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Last thing we needed.
What are we, about 6 hours north of Hotty Toddy? Hotty Toddy is texting in, Mississippi State is just awful. Hail State Mike, how's the Egg Bowl treated you the last couple years? That's from Hotty Toddy, who wants a piece of Hail State Mike. Take arguments invalid. Mizzou is 10th in the conference. Indiana is 1st. That's from Jenna Tolles. And I guess she went to Indiana? She's still tried out in Bloomington?
I don't know where she is now.
I mean, I can really, we want Illinois, like that was that a contemporary to someone like Mizzou? You get to go play.
Did you put an S on Illinois?
I thought I heard that too.
No.
Did you just say
maybe it was an
Illinois?
apostrophe S?
Illinois' schedule. Illinois apostrophe S.
Doug is ready to pounce on
All
you.
right. Yeah.
Like, difficult game. They got to go play at Ohio State. Then the next 2 weeks, they get Purdue at home, at Michigan State. Then the week after that, they got Oregon at home. Then they go to Maryland, at home against Nebraska. Like, it's you get a
It's up and
smorgasbord.
down a lot
Right.
more than the SEC.
Right. Yeah. I think that's the consistency of quality play across the conference, I think, is what people. Now, the top of the Big Ten has a very solid argument for being stronger than the top of the SEC, especially in the last couple of years. They have the last 3 national championships.
But some of that, we're basing it on history. A school gets a history behind it. And nowadays, with teams changing so fast, we saw what Indiana did. A team can completely be completely different than they were the year before.
Vanderbilt's an example in the SEC.
Yeah. So it's harder to judge.
Yeah.
You see it played out.
For sure. But there are some teams consistently great and some teams consistently bad.
There's just a chance of that changing. The bad teams have a chance now, it seems, to get better.
Right. And the good
quicker.
good teams can fall off. See Clemson, for an example.
Who took over at Northwestern this year?
Not crowdsourcing. Touch. Just a
Can we have initials?
smidge.
I'm asking you guys.
Oh.
It wasn't Pat Fitzgerald coming back, was it?
What is your wireless down over there?
Yeah, actually.
Guys are starting to wear shorts at my company. This is a place of business. That's from old people's Facebook statuses.
Yeah. Well,
David Braun.
Yeah,
depends on what
Doug
you
Old
do.
DB's up at Northwestern.
And this is his 4th season at Northwestern.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
He's entering
How
his
in the
4th
hell
year leading
would
the
I not
Wildcats.
know that?
Yeah. Chip Kelly got hired. This is his first season as OC. So from Philly to Oregon to Philly to
Evanston?
Northwestern's OC.
He's going backwards.
Yeah.
Doug, State has no chance getting better with how successful Ole Miss has been during the NIL era. That's from Hotty Toddy.
And that's directed at you.
Every team has a chance to get better.
Of course.
Why can't you wear shorts into work? That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man, who's not happy with old people's Facebook statuses.
If you work outside in this heat, I would hope that you're allowed to wear some sort of shorts, unless it's like a safety thing. Construction guys.
Yeah,
wear long
I
pants.
think the guys talk about in the office.
That's fine.
Why is it that fans of SEC teams rightfully hate all other SEC teams, where the poser conferences always need to validate their own substandard conference by saying how good them and all their little, quote, rivals are? That's from Ed Time of the Brothers Time.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't get the whole, we got to stick up for the conference. Who gives a damn? And, I'm telling you, the college football playoff isn't going to be decided in Twitter mentions. So I don't get why that's always, going on.
Reality hits you November 6th, Jackson. You've been running for 25 years. Shut it. That's from Thurman in HR.
That just could not have felt very good.
Talk about the SLU Mizzou hoops game.
Yep.
Feel very confident about that one.
You think Mizzou will take them?
Yep.
Good morning. Shrimply is all bricked up about Los Tigres season. Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you dig? That's from Shrimply Pebbles.
You dig?
He and his wife are going to Lawrence. They're going to Starkville. They're going to Oxford. They're going to Fayetteville. They're going to Athens.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
I just like a guy who finishes a sentence with "you dig."
Young Thug did it all the time.
I can wear shorts to the office. It's an AI company. We are Bull Dong AI for the U.S. military, which is how Skynet starts in the Terminator pictures. Sorry in advance. It's Brad and Boca.
Odd. I think PGA golfers should be allowed to wear shorts.
They do on Live.
Yeah. And they do have Live. Yeah. We need a Mr. Licks call.
Oh, you're going after Licks.
After
Don't you
that
go after Licks.
Michigan team championship got canceled. They let them wear shorts now in the practice rounds, but not in real competition, which seems like a step in the right direction, but one more step away from the finish line.
They'll get there sooner or later.
I would bet in the next 10 years.
Guys, it's sad how much I'm looking forward to Gabe's post-game shows. It's the Hunchback of Von Castle. Let me tell you something. No matter what, the one after that night game, Friday night game in Kansas.
Yeah. It's going to be must-watch because the people will have a long day to get after it.
More viewers if they lose than if they win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But, and more, it'll be funnier if they were to lose. Gabe's post-game would be funnier. My personal headspace would be in shambles, but the post-game show would be funnier if they lose.
Tell you something, you're 2-1 heading to Starkville, Doug. Just telling you.
Nah. Kansas football. What is the show me state? You got to actually show me. I've heard a lot. I need to be shown.
So maybe they'll lose one of those games.
Oh, I'm concerned. I don't know who
Kansas,
the hell's on any team.
Right, and
I used to. This is how I used to make money. Like my Cardinal over 68.5 bet. That was not. I think the Cardinals would be great. 68.5 is too low of a number. With Missouri football and college football in general, there was a trend that if a team had a high number of returning starters, that team would overperform its number, and it was an underrated metric that Las Vegas missed on. Now it's so damn difficult because even if you have returning starters, the other team might not have returning starters, but they might have better players who are starters for another team, and you just don't know. It's changed so damn quickly. The reason I was high in 2023 Missouri is all their returning starters. Totally different deal. Program's called TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. All right, somebody's not happy here. Missouri State is better than you, Jackson. That was at 10:34. Then at 10:42, Missouri State and Conference USA are more of a man than Jackson will ever be.
That just can't feel very good to hear that.
Clearly.
And then at 10:45, I am not going to let Jackson bully me into thinking Mizzou is better than Missouri State. Jackson?
In every possible metric.
Oh, God, no.
Every sport?
I can't speak for...
Missouri State's pretty good in baseball.
I can speak for football and basketball.
Wow.
And I can speak on that definitively.
Okay.
I have no beef with Missouri State at all. I have many friends who went there.
Really?
Yeah, get them out.
Ladue guys went to Missouri State?
No, Ladue guys.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. It peaked out there, didn't it? The elite of the...
Well,
Nobody from Ladue goes to Missouri State.
That's not the case, but none of my friends did. However, I have, because I'm a man of the people, friends who I've made later in my life who went to Missouri State. Great people. Across the board.
I think some St. Louis U High guys went to Missouri State. Now they transferred to CBC first, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I have no ill will towards Missouri State, but the person said Mizzou's been ducking them since the early 90s, but they played in 2017. I was just
Steve
stating a
Alford
fact.
came into the Hearn Center in 1998 and shocked the world in Norm Stewart and beat Missouri right on the floor in Columbia, and I was there, and there was one of the sickest dunks I've ever seen in person. Was that William Fontenot who had that dunk?
I don't know who had the dunk.
What year was that?
I think 98, Papers.
Okay, year I was born. So I have very little recollection of that.
Yeah, wouldn't expect you to.
Right.
It's hard when you first come out of the womb to remember everything you see in college basketball.
Right. I wish I had a better memory of it.
Mizzou Club Beer League hockey's trash. It's the 3-4.
I'm sure that fluctuates by season.
Yeah, and they have to go to Jeff City to play, too.
Right. Like a rinks in Columbia.
Yeah. Is it safe to say that Missouri is one of the most disappointing major universities in regards to football and basketball?
No, I don't think that'd be fair. I don't think that'd be fair to say. And I think that was a leading description of it.
But we are due to have a champion in one of those.
How many? There's not that many champs.
Let's get to a title game.
Yeah, I would love that too. But the idea that only Missouri is not winning national championships or going to Final Fours is nonsense.
Yeah, but that's our school, and we want it to happen.
You're preaching to the choir.
If you leave Ladue from Missouri State, they don't let you back into Ladue. That's from the Unknown DJ. Is that true? Is that an ordinance?
No, not the case. There's plenty of students at Ladue that would have loved to go to Missouri State.
Where do most of them go? They go to Yale and
what a call.
Princeton. And
as of late, WashU has started letting a lot more St. Louis kids in. That didn't used to be the case. It used to be really kind of tough.
So it's kind of WashU and Missouri State?
And everywhere in between. But just like most public schools, kids go all over the place.
Yeah.
That dunk you were talking about was nasty.
Yeah, how about that?
William Fauntleroy?
Yes. That's what a Fauntleroy, not Fontenot. Cats. So that's up on YouTube there, Chairman?
I don't know how to describe
Big old
hoop
windmill.
rock.
Let me see. Flip it over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman
Do
Kurt's
this like you're doing the Trailblazer games.
Okay.
Watch
Flying
this,
down the court,
Papers.
breakaway. On your head.
And then all of a sudden it got real for the Bears, and they're thinking upset in Columbia, Missouri. We were thinking about going to the Peach Pit after dark and having ourselves a little pony show, and here comes Southwest Missouri at the time, shocking the world and setting the table for Norm Stewart's quote-unquote retirement.
Yeah, boy. Little tomahawk right on his head.
Steve Alford.
Yeah.
Sideways with Bobby Knight afterwards. Bobby Knight didn't shake his hand, you remember that?
No fly zone.
Okay.
We got a break. It's TMA 101 Speed.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Cubs tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
.101 ESPN and TMA, BK and Ferrario coming up. Jackson, who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
That would be Mark from Mark.
Yeah, this Mark.
be darned.
We are in the equivalent for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today to Tiger Woods in 2000 with Mark's Bolton Mulch from Brawl Emporium. This guy is doing
He's
something
won two
special.
in a row, yeah.
We are witnessing history, and I think a lot of listeners probably feel like they're fortunate to be alive during Mark's era.
You think it's the catchphrases that he's stolen from other companies that's helping him?
I mean, I
made an
think he
impact.
delivers the heat, and then his catchphrases that are his originals.
I don't think so.
Are kind of the cherry on top. And you walk out of the show going, man, we were just dazzled by George Michael and Andrew Ridgely. DBA Wham.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Speaking of men's men, Mentality. Mentality, lowtusa.com. Mentality is where you can go if you want to be the dad that everybody respects. Remember that dad we all respected, worked all day, coached a team at night, and still had something left in the tank at bedtime? If you are now the dad who's lost a step and feels like you've given up, there is a reason. Low energy, low motivation, tired all the time, belly fat creeping up while muscle slips away. Well, that's where Mentality can help you out. Be the dad who can keep up with the kids again, feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago at work, in the gym, or at home. Start today at lowtusa.com with Mentality. Mentality, that's lowtusa.com. We're headed down the hallway for After the Morning After on the TMA STL YouTube channel. BK and Ferrario are coming up next year on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.